Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? It feels good to be back. Scatters or assembles or whatever you feel like in chat right now. Welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. It's been a while. How long has it been? Like 1.5 weeks, 2 weeks almost. It's been a long time. I'm glad to be back. I have finally returned from YCS Birmingham preparation, YCS Birmingham travels and all that good stuff. And we have a lot of stuff to talk about. We have a lot of stuff to catch up on. Yeah, so I'm excited. It's an exciting time. Are you still in? I am unfortunately not still in, but that's okay. That is okay. I know I missed so much. We have so much to talk about. The Master Duel update. The Master Duel update looks so much more exciting than what I thought. Like the amount of things that have changed, I'm honestly kind of blown away by the amount of things that we need to catch up today. Like I don't even know exactly where to start because so many things happened. I guess we have to watch the Sky Striker one, right? Like we have to probably. I feel like I am kind of you know, kind of need to do that. All right. Well, everybody, thank you guys so much for the subs. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. Welcome back to the club. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for the support. We're gonna skip the warm-up today. I hope you understand because we have so many things to talk about. We have like new cards from over a week of things. We have all kinds of different things to talk about. We have a YCS to recap. I'm also going to show the deck that I used at the YCS, even though I didn't do super well. But last time that happened, I feel like people always still appreciate, you know, when I show them my thought process and maybe also talk about the tournaments that don't go so well and maybe what goes into that. So I will show you guys the deck that I used for YCS Birmingham later. Talk a little bit about what I played, why I played it, what went wrong, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I think it's also important to take a look back at your losses. So we'll do that still. And yeah, that's going to be fun. And then once we're done with that, we are going to hop into Master Duel, of course, and do all kinds of things with the new update. You know, we're going to take a look at the new Sky Striker movie solo mode, whatever it is. I haven't seen it yet, but it's supposedly pretty hype. And we're also going to talk about, obviously, the new cards and all that kind of stuff. GD Slayer, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Also, everyone else, HCKO, thank you for the 25. And Gnorgat, thank you for the 29. All right. Let us cover some of the things that I've missed. And now let's try to go from least hype to most hype, okay? In terms of new cards. Because I think they've just announced the new yummy cards from the new deck build pack. We're going to save those for last. First things first, I guess this is exciting if you are a fan of these new artworks, because there are new artworks for some cards. These are not new cards. These are just alternate artworks. But so we're going to briefly go over these. Effect Veiler and Nibiru the Primal Being. Which I personally think they're kind of neat. I don't think I'm going to prefer this Effect Veiler over the OG Effect Veiler, just because the old one, it's got so much story to it. You know, it's like 14 years old at this point. So I don't think I'm going to choose this one over the old one, but like I do think it's a cool art. Like, it's fine. The Nibiru one, the way I understand it, can you even do this? Oh, that'd be a disaster. We're going to have to see. So as far as I understand, this is Nibiru coming out of the rock because it is a primal being. So, you know, like so part of me just never really thought about it. I always just thought, yeah, no, Nib is the rock, but no, it's not the rock. It's something inside the rock. I never really thought about it like that, but I guess it makes sense. But yeah, that is Nib. I've seen very like split opinions on it. Like I feel like half find it really cool and badass. The other half just doesn't like it. I don't know. I'm indifferent on it. I think it's fine. I think it is a cool looking card. Like if this artwork I think was on another card, I think it'd be fine. It'll take some time to get used to Nibiru not just being the Rock, you know, like that's all, you know, like the Rock is just it is iconic, you know, like replacing Nibiru, like it's always you're always gonna think about it as the Rock, you know. So like I don't know, if this was on a different card, everyone would be fine with it, I think. But ultimately, that's the nice thing about alt arts. You can pick whichever one you prefer. If you don't like it, you don't have to play this one. You can just play the old one, and that's all Gucci. The only exception to this rule is Stratos, by the way. If you play alt art Stratos, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's the only one where you have no choice. Other than that, these are fine. There's also some others. I don't know if these are these new artworks, the familiar possessed Ossa area. I don't think I've seen these before. I think they're new as well. Maybe they've been out in the OCG. The reprints. Okay, I've never seen these in the TCG, but okay, apparently they're not. I knew these were not new. These are getting reprinted as well in the OCG right now. All of these are old alternate artworks. I wasn't sure about the Charmers. Okay. All right, let's get into some actually new cards. We have a, what is this? V-Jump promo. Heart Freezing Snow Crystal or Soul Icer Crystal. Level 6 Light Aqua. 300 attack, 1900 defense. You can use the first and third effect of this card's name once per turn each. If your opponent controls 2 or more monsters than you do, you can special summon this card from your hand. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can target an effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects. Well, that card is not very good. Very underwhelming. But I feel like that's usually the case with V-Jump promos. Floru, thank you for the 17. And Raw, I'm a Dinosaur, thank you for the 32. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, this is not great. And then we've got Saiba the Fighting Swordsmith. Level 7 Earth Warrior Synchro. Generic level 7 Synchro. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can target a level 6 or lower warrior in your grave, special summon it, but its effects are negated. Also, this card cannot be used as synchro material for the rest of this turn. During your opponent's main phase, you can, quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using a warrior you control as material. That's not bad. I kind of like that they put the restriction on it so you can't just synchro climb with it, you know, like synchro with a warrior tuner, then bring that warrior tuner back, make a higher level synchro. I like that they stopped them from doing that. It's not a terrible card. Yeah. Not a tuner though. Yeah, it itself is not a tuner, so you're gonna have to like revive a warrior tuner, I guess, to do anything with it. The thing is, it's also not usable for link climbing, right? Because you're not actually producing more bodies with it, because you're turning two monsters into this at minimum, and it just brings one back. So you turn its 2 bodies into 2 bodies. So you can't synchro climb with it. You can't link climb with it. The only good use for it is, I guess, if you have synchro materials that do something when they're sent to the graveyard. I'm not sure exactly where that would fit. By the way, I'm not complaining about that you can't link climb or synchro climb with it. I think that's good. I think that's a good thing. You know, like it's a good thing that you can't do that. But I still am struggling to see exactly what you are supposed to do with it. Where does this come out, by the way? Well, what is YO10? What kind of set is that? Because it's not a V-Jump promo. A manga promo? Okay. I don't know. I've never encountered this this set code abbreviation, whatever. Okay, well, nothing too crazy here. Let's get into some potentially real stuff. We got more news on the next deck build pack. And first things first, we have Dragon Tail. Justice Hunters is what the pack is called, right? Yeah. Justice Hunters is what the pack is called. Dragon Tail is the first archetype that we're going to take a look at today. And it is a fusion-based archetype, if I remember correctly. We've got Dragon Tail Lucius, a Earth Spellcaster level 4. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can add a Dragon Tail monster from your deck to your hand. Okay, that's a solid start to a new archetype, you know, like they got that. If this card is sent to the graveyard as material for a fusion summon, you can set a Dragon Tail spell trap from your deck. Okay, well, that is a phenomenal start, to be honest, because that gives you a Searcher on summon plus something that replaces itself when you use it for a fusion summon. That is a phenomenal card right there. We've got Dragon Tail Femena, which is a level 5 spellcaster, water. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During the main phase, quick effect, you can discard this card, fusion summon a dragon or spellcaster fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from hand or field as material. If this card is sent to the graveyard as a material for a fusion summon, you can set a Dragon Tail spell trap from your deck. Okay, they seem to have this kind of trait in common, where they will set a Dragon Tail spell trap if they're used for fusion material. This one, being a level 5, is obviously a little weird because you can't really summon it, but you're not supposed to summon it. It doesn't do anything on the field anyways. It is kind of neat that you can like quick effect fuse. You know, it is neat that you can, like, let's say you normal summon this, your opponent goes infinite impermanence, and you go like chain this card to fuse away the target of the impermanence, which I think is pretty cool. I still am wondering if this is a good enough card on its own, because this is basically a polymerization. But it's probably good enough because it also can be good as fusion material. So it's both, it's essentially fusion spell and fusion material in one card, which is a neat approach to the fusion dilemma of having to draw too many combo pieces. So I don't hate it. Dragon Tail Pan. This is a wind dragon level 7. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is sent to the graveyard as fusion material, you can set a Dragon Tail spell trap from your deck. Then you can destroy a monster on the field. Oh, so this has got even better bonus. This is just the same secondary effect plus more. Okay. If a face-up fusion monster you control is destroyed by an opponent's card effect while this card is in your grave, place this card on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, special summon a non-fusion Dragon Tail from your graveyard. Okay, so this secondary effect is kind of situational. That probably doesn't happen super often, but it does. It stops your opponent from destroying your stuff, which is cool. The thing with this card is that it's exclusively good as fusion material. It does nothing else for the deck, right? There's no consistency here, no starter potential, no versatility. Like, oh, this can be your normal summon or your fusion spell or whatever. Like this does nothing except for you have to fuse with it, which could still be good enough because the effect when you fuse with it is pretty good, especially going second or on the opponent's turn. You know, mind you, this can fusion summon on the opponent's turn, so you get to set a spell trap and pop a monster, which is pretty good. I do think you would probably try to play this card, but it is gonna suck to draw sometimes when you can't fuse. You know, it's just gonna be weird. But it is a good card regardless. We got Dragon Tail Urgula, which is a fire dragon. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is sent to the graveyard as a fusion material, you can set a Dragon Tail spell trap. Man, they must have a lot of spell traps if you want, like, because it seems like if you are actually just performing 1 or 2 fusion summons, you're going to set like 3 or 4 spell traps from your deck. They need to have a lot of different spell traps for that to be useful. Otherwise, you'd have so much redundancy. Then you can destroy a spell trap on the field. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target a spellcaster Dragon Tail in your grave. Place this card on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, add that monster to your hand. See, this is even better than this is a lot better than this one, because they both have a similar first effect. The secondary effect on this card though is a lot better because it doesn't require you to like wait for your opponent to do something, right? Like this will give you the monster back immediately without your opponent having to destroy your thing first, right? So this is phenomenal. This just goes a lot of plus. Honestly, this is a pretty good start for a fusion archetype. Just in terms of the main monster lineup, this is very good because it solves, or it attempts to solve one of the core problems of fusion decks, of course, which is that you're investing a lot of cards into fusion monsters, which makes your deck inconsistent, and it also means you're going down in card advantage a lot. Here, every single one of the monsters has an effect when used as fusion material. It'll replace itself. So you're not gonna lose cards by going for fusion summons, which is pretty cool. We've got Dragontail Altharion. This is obviously the second the second piece to the puzzle. Needs to be good fusion monsters. We have a level 8 Earth with 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Needs a Dragontail monster and a 1+ monsters in the hand. Izazi, thank you for the 12 months. Nightsider, thank you for the 14, and everyone else, appreciate the support. Thank you. Welcome back. It's good to be back, and you guys are making it even better by returning with your subs. Thank you so much. If this card is fusion summoned, you can target monsters on the field and or in the graveyards up to the number of monsters used as material from the hand. Return them to the hand. Ooh, wait. Oh, that card's nice. That card is nice. Let me read the secondary effect. If 2 or more monsters are sent to the graveyard at the same time while this card's in your grave, you can special summon this card but banish it when it leaves. Oh, so if you like, it's gonna be in your graveyard, you're gonna perform another fusion summon that's gonna send monsters to the graveyard at the same time, or even a link summon, right? Just bring it back. That's pretty good. But like, this is good for a multitude of reasons. Like, you can use this card in so many different ways. You can add back hand traps. You can add back follow-up. You can also bounce opponents' cards, right? Like you can bounce your opponent's cards. It's very flexible in that. Like you're gonna, let's say you use 2 monsters from your hand as material. You're gonna, and then add back like 1 Ash Blossom you use last turn and bounces 1 card in your opponent's field. That's pretty good value for a fusion summon. That's pretty good. And the cool thing about this is that it's good on both turns, right? Like you can summon this thing going first and just add back your resources, which would be fine. Or you can set it up like to fusion summon it on the opponent's turn to have like a bounce for 1 or 2 cards, which is pretty strong. Okay. Okay, dude, good start. Dragontail Grammel. Level 7 spellcaster. Dragontail monster plus a monster, exactly 1 monster in hand this time. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. When you activate a Dragontail card or effect, quick effect, target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. Okay, I like it. If 2 or more monsters are sent to the graveyard at the same time while this card's in your grave, special summon this card, banish it when it's okay. So I kind of like the monster lineup. I like it. There's a lot of cool stuff here. I like the way it like interacts with the opponent. I've always been a fan of fusion decks. You know, I've always been a fan of like fusion decks, and I do like the way this deck attempts to. From what I'm seeing here, it's like it's a pretty cool design. I think you got some bounces, you got recursion, which is very cool. You got probably some spell traps in the mix. I mean, we know there's going to be spell traps. But like the main way you interact with your opponent is probably like, you know, this one is going to be a pop, this one is going to be a bounce, and then whatever the trap. I hope there's no Omni Negate trap. I hope there's no Omni Negate trap. Well, we'll see. K2 Dragontail, normal spell. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. Add a dragon tail monster from your deck to your hand. Then, if your opponent controls a monster, you can fusion summon a dragon or spellcaster monster from your extra deck using monsters from hand or field as material. Ooh, that's good. I mean, I don't have to explain why that's good, right? A Rhoda with a bonus. A Rhoda that can also be a polymerization. We don't have to talk about that, right? We understand. Rahu Dragon Tail. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Fusion summon a Dragon Tail fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand, deck, and or field as material. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn after this card resolves except fusion monsters. They gave him branded fusion. They gave him branded fusion. Oh, wait, but it's... Oh... But it's balanced because they require a monster from the hand, at least. Oh, that's good. That's probably fine. I mean, that's a good card. That's powerful. But that's... I like that, like, little twist on it. You know, like, that's a good way to balance that sort of effect, right? Like, you're gonna be able to send anything, like, you're gonna send one Dragon Tail monster from your deck for free, basically, right? Because these guys, one of the most powerful things with branded fusion is that it basically gets to send any monster from the deck to the graveyard, right? Like, because the wording on some of the branded fusion monsters is like so open, like, oh, send any dark monster, send any light monster. Like, yeah, of course they're gonna abuse the shit out of branded fusion like that. With this one, the only thing that you can send from the deck is the Dragon Tail monster, which is good. Don't get me wrong. They all have effects when they're fused from the deck to the graveyard. They're gonna get a spell trap for free, essentially. But it's not like you're sending any dark monster or any light monster or whatever, right? Like that. There's a limit to what you can do with sending from one monster from the deck here for the fusion monster, for the fusion material. The rest has to be from your hand, which is neat. I like this. I think that's a good way to balance this sort of card. So yeah, that's neat. Okay. Dragon Tail Horn. Okay, now the trap cards. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Target an attack position monster. Return it to the hand extra deck. Then you can place a Dragon Tail card from your graveyard or banishment on the bottom of the deck. Then draw a card. Okay, so we've got a compulsory evacuation device that draws you a card. Which, in the grand scheme of things, if this wasn't an archetype that gets a whole bunch of spell traps for free, you would not play this card, right? In most decks, you wouldn't play a trap like this simply because it is a trap. But because this deck seems like it produces so many spell traps for free, maybe it's just a neat card in a grind game, right? If you get it for free, a compulse and a draw is not bad. You can ash this. Yes, you can ash this. But I think that's not the point. Bro, if your opponent has Ash against Dragon Tail, they're not ashing Dragon Tail Horn, okay? They're ashing Rahu Dragon Tail. Calm down, all right? No one's really gonna ash Dragon Tail Horn unless you draw 2 ashes, right? And you like ash them once on their turn and then ash them again on your turn. All right, come on, you're gonna ash this. Dragon Tail Flame. You can target, you can only activate one per turn. Target a face-up spell on the field. Oh, that's broken. Negate its effects. Then you can place a Dragon Tail card from your graveyard or banishment bottom of the deck, except Dragon Flame target. Okay. That is as close to an Omni Negate, I guess, that I'm still willing to not call an Omni Negate. It's not an Omni Negate because you can't use it on monsters. Obviously can't use it on traps, but that doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's pretty good. That's really good. So, in a world, let's put aside any sort of splashing possibility because that's really hard for me to evaluate right now. In a world where you just play a Dragon Tail deck at this point in time, what are you gonna have? You're gonna have honestly a pretty low amount of starters. Because I mean, I guess you'd have 9 at least, right? You'd have Dragontail Lucius, you'd have K2 Dragontail, and you'd have Rahu Dragontail as all kind of cards that like will probably get you going on their own pretty much, and that's fine. What are you trying to do with this deck, right? You're trying to fuse all of your stuff that you fuse away has value in the graveyard. You're gonna set up in a very optimal setup. You would have both trap cards, Dragontail Flame and Dragontail Horn. The cool thing about this, by the way, which I actually really like, is that you only have to play one of each of these traps, and you will still not run out of them, because they can put each other back to the bottom of the deck, right? Like put a Dragontail card from the graveyard or banishment to the bottom, then draw a card. That means one of these trap cards can recycle the other, right? So like you can keep resetting the same trap cards from your deck, because they will put themselves back there, which is pretty cool. So it seems like a pretty grindy deck, because nothing that you're putting up here is incredibly crazy, right? Like you're not putting up anything super ridiculous or unbreakable, which is really cool design in my opinion. I like it. We've got a bounce. We've got one spell negation. We've got a pop on Grammel, but it's a pop that can be chain blocked, so it's like it's okay, you know. And then if we have the means to fusion summon on the opponent's turn, which we could by adding the level 5 to the hand, we also have like a bounce or two off of Eltharion, right? That is basically what we've got in terms of what the deck can produce, alongside a lot of like grind game, right? Which is pretty cool. I like this. I think this is a very promising archetype. That if anything, it might not be powerful enough, but I like the idea of a format where this deck is good enough to be played. You know, I think it'd be pretty cool if this deck was good enough. I really like the ideas here. I think it's a cool deck. It's like the kind of deck where I read it and I'm like, I want to play that. You know, like that seems like the kind of deck I want to try. It's pretty cool. I like it a lot. No, that's Dragontail. Honestly, is it just me? These deck build packs have been getting like just incredible over the last couple of months, right? Deck build packs just seems like that's where it's at. Like they just get straight to the point, you know? Like you 3 new archetypes, and like the chances that these are playable by now are just like really high. Like yeah, yugioh wasn't great, but look at the other 2, man. Like they're just putting friggin' this stuff is playable right out the box usually. Kalusa, thank you for the 16. Appreciate that. Nekyuris also, thank you for the 18. Guntum, thank you for the 20. Thank you guys so much. Welcome back. Next up, we have the cats. We got the Charlie archetype. We got Yummy, which is in the same deck build pack. And honestly, before I even read any of these, I think these artworks are so funny, dude. I love the design on this. I love that Yu-Gi-Oh is the kind of game where you can have all kinds of artworks. You got like on the one hand, you got Zeus. On the other hand, you got like the friggin', what is this? A cat that's also a milkshake or whatever. It's got strawberries for ears. It's great, dude. I think it's peak. All right, we got Cupsy Yummy. Now what I don't like is that they have the star in the name, because I'm thinking of Life Twins when I see the stars in the name, and I'm always thinking of how much of a pain in the ass it is to find Life Twins on like Master Duel when you're trying to filter for them. So please stop doing that. Anyways, Pupsy Yummy, level 1 light beast effect monster. 0 attack, 1600 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect once per turn. If you control a Link 1 monster or a level 2 Synchro monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Yummy card from your deck to your hand, except Cupsy Yummy. Or if it was special summoned by a Synchro Monsters effect, you can draw a card instead. Okay. That's good. That's a good start. It's basically the same start that we had to the other one. It's on summon search with bonus, which is good. Yep. Then we have Cookie Yummy. We have Cookie Yummy, level 1 light beast effect monster, 1000 attack, 0 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect once per turn. You can only use the second effect once per turn. If you control a Link 1 or level 2 Synchro, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls. It loses 1000 attack. Or if this card was special summoned by a Synchro Monsters effect, you can destroy that monster instead. Okay, this is significantly worse than the previous one. However, it could still be good enough if this deck just wants extenders. And I don't know how flexible it is in summoning. We're going to have to read the Synchro Monsters to evaluate how easy you can do the second part, right? We've got Lollipop Yummy, level 1 light beast effect monster. You can only special summon with up. If you control a Link 1, okay, they all have this. If you control a Link 1 or level 2, you can special summon this card from your hand. Now, none of these are tuners, even though they are a Synchro archetype. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a card in your opponent's graveyard, shuffle it into the deck, or if this card was special summoned by a Synchro Monsters effect, you can banish that card instead. Okay. That's neat. Graveyard Disruption is very, very powerful. Okay, so we only get 3 main deck monsters. We've got Cupsy Yummy Way. I think this was the one that I feel like I've seen this artwork before. I feel like this was the one they spoiled somewhere. Level 2 Light Beast, 2200 defense. Materials, a tuner and a non-tuner. For this synchro... Okay, dude. For this synchro summon, you can treat a Link 1 monster you control as a level 1 tuner. Well, that explains why there's no tuner. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what I think of that, dude. We're Link 1ing and then we're synchroing? Okay. So I'm assuming they get their own Link 1 monster. It would only make sense, but even if they don't, you could make, like, I guess in the TCG you can't make Link Karibo, but you can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add 2 Yummy monsters from your deck to your hand, then discard a card. Okay, that's powerful. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can return this card to the extra deck special summon. Okay. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay, you're supposed to... Oh, that's fun. That's a fun concept. That's a fun concept. So you're supposed to summon this, and then on the opponent's turn, or when you're playing into a board, you can also do it on your own turn. But like, you're supposed to like tag out, basically. You tag out your synchros into the little guys, and then they get significantly more powerful effects when you do that. Like, tag out into Cookie and Lollipop, and you get a pop and a banish from the graveyard, which is pretty good. Okay. All right. Cookie Yummy Way. Oh, they got 1 synchro for each. Okay. Okay, same thing. Can use a Link 1 as a tuner. You can only use the first and second ones per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, target up to 2 face-up monsters on the field. Change them to face-down defense position. Oh my god. Can you summon this on the opponent's turn? Please tell me you can summon this on the opponent's turn. That's so powerful. There's probably going to be like a spell trap or something to summon it on the opponent's turn. Okay, dude. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can return this card to the extra deck, special summon 2 Yummy monsters from your graveyard. Okay, so the one thing, I think there's one thing that's going to hold this deck back in the beginning. It seems pretty cool, and we have more to read. But what I'm already noticing is there's only 3 main deck monsters, and all of their effects are once per turn. So even when you only have 2 of the synchros, you're not getting the full value of all your tag outs, right? Because you're gonna have to tag out into things that have already used their effects. But like, still, it's a pretty cool concept. Also, Bestials, they are lights. That is true. Bestials are gonna be pretty neat against this deck. Okay. If you, I'm gonna have to check out the thing in a second. How you summon this on the opponent's turn, but that's pretty good. Okay, Lollipop, Yummy Way. Same thing. We're gonna skip that part. If this card is synchro summoned, you can special 2 Yummy monsters from your grave, but their effects are negated. When your opponent activates, there's the link one, dude. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can return this card. Okay, so this is basically, you get this one for free, right? You get this one for free. You make this one first, bring back 2, and then make one of the other ones. Which is obviously pretty good. Okay. Yummy Snatchy. Link 1 Light Beast. 1 level 4 or lower Light Beast monster. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can place a Yummy field spell from your hand or deck face up on your field. Also, you cannot link summon link 3 or higher link for the rest of this turn. Once per chain, during the main phase or your opponent's battle phase, you can pay 100 life points. Immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using a Yummy monster you control. Okay. So what you're telling me is that they have a link 1 that adds a field spell, is treated as a tuner, and quick synchros on the opponent's turn into disruption. The pay 100 is ridiculous, by the way. Pay 100 is ridiculous. That's stupid. That is just stupid. Why does it say pay 100, dude? At some point, they're just gonna print the card that says pay 1 life point, just so you lose in time, dude. It's because it's a crane game? Sure, I guess. I don't know, man. Still, gameplay-wise, it's just weird, but okay. What does this field spell do? Yummysment Minion. Field spell. You can only use the second and third effect once per turn. Oh, there's multiple. How many cards does this wave have? Holy shit. Yummy monsters you control gain 500 attack for each light beast monster on the field. If you control a link 1, you can target a level 1 Yummy in your grave, special summon it. If this card's in your grave, target 2 Yummy monsters in your grave or banishment, place them and this card on the bottom of the deck in any order. Okay, so this gives you basically infinite recursion. And it also turns any Yummy monster into a 1-card synchro, right? Because you go normal summon the Yummy, even if it's one of the bad ones. Let's say it's not this one, because this one obviously adds. But let's say it's just, you have, the only thing you have is Cookie, right? So you normal summon Cookie, you make Snatchy, you get the field spell, you revive Cookie, you got your synchro, right? Which is pretty good. Yummysment Acroki. Field spell. Acroki? I don't know, dude. Field spell, you can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn each. If you synchro summon a light beast, you can target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. If a face-up monster you control leaves your field by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon a Yummy monster from your deck. If this card's in your grave, okay, you never tag out, never run out of stuff. Okay. If a face-up monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, special summon a Yummy from your deck. I guess having the option between 2 field spells is nice, because once you've used the revive effect on this, it doesn't provide you with much more. So like you could potentially use the revive first and then replace it with this one. But I'm not sure how much, like how good this is. How do you win? Yeah, that remains to be seen, because this is a very, it seems like a very powerful engine though. Because there's no real lock here, right? But it seems like a pretty strong engine. But we'll see. They are light beasts, which is getting which is getting a lot of support with the Ancient Fairy Dragon stuff as well. So like maybe there's something there. Because there's also field spells, so like you could make like Ancient Fairy Dragon, pop one of these field spells, get the other one or whatever. Like there's definitely potential. Yummy Redemption, continuous trap card. You can only use the third effect once per turn. Monsters your opponent controls lose 200 attack for each light beast and in your grave. Once per chain, if you synchro summon a light beast synchro, you can draw a card, then place a card from your hand on the bottom of the deck. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a Yummy you control and a monster your opponent controls. Switch control of both. Hold up. Can you add any Yummy card with this? No, this adds monsters. I thought if you could like add this for free and then discard it, it'd be neat. Because the graveyard effect is the most disruptive one. This card seems very mediocre. I'm not sure exactly. The first card adds it. Yeah, you can add it with this, but I feel like most of the time you're gonna add like another monster as an extender, but potentially. Maybe it's good enough as a one-of if you can search it and discard it for like the disruption effect. Maybe, like yeah. Okay, so with these guys, the cool thing here is we just looked at the Dragon Tails, right? And I feel like with the Dragon Tails, by looking at the cards, you got a very clear idea of what their game plan is. The only thing that remains to be seen is that game plan strong enough? What I'm feeling about these Yummy cards is a little different, but it's also cool because I'm reading these cards and I'm like, okay, these are very powerful. There's a lot of very powerful stuff going on here, but I'm not entirely sure which direction these are going to go, right? These are way more open in terms of what you do with them. You know, like I could see some of the things that you guys have mentioned. Like I could see these being paired with like the Ancient Fairy stuff. People are saying Tri Brigade has synergy here, right? The Sky Striker cards, because they produce Link 1s, could potentially be pretty good, right? So like there's a lot of ways you could approach this deck and a lot of ways it could go. But no matter what you do, they seem pretty fun. At least at first glance, you know, there's nothing too crazy here. Like nothing here. They just facilitate a bunch of cool interaction, I feel like, so far from what I'm seeing. So but I like those cards. I think they're fun. I tend to really like this concept of tagging out. You know, I like summoning the synchros and then having them tag out, split up into the small guys again. It's just a fun concept, I think. And the art is just, I feel like the cherry on top. I like the art, especially this. This is my favorite. Which is your favorite Yummy monster, chat? The cookie, the lollipop, or the cup? I think the cup is broken. Cookie is peak. Cookie's cool too, yeah. Poll it? All right, we're polling it. We're polling it. We need statistics. All right, cup, cookie, lolly. All right, poll is up. We need answers. It's not even close, dude. It's not even close. Cup is goated. Cup wins. Cup wins. No one can stop the cup. No one can stop the cup. What's the win con? See, that I don't know. For that, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this is the deck that needs to be probably paired with other things to find the win con. because what these guys provide you is like a bunch of funny synchro plays that are just like slightly, mildly annoying to your opponent, you know? Because another thing I'm just now noticing about these synchros, for the most part, they don't even have that many that great stats, right? Like especially Lollipop and Cookie, the synchros, they're very small. So like you can deal with these guys the same way you can sometimes deal with an SP Little Knight, where you just summon a monster and attack it, because they only tag out when your opponent activates a card or effect. So like sometimes you can just, you know, there's outplay potential here as well, which is good, unless you have this one up, of course. Gain 500 attack for each light beast on the field, but I mean, who knows how many you're gonna have consistently. At the Cupsy emote, give me a second. I think I did. It might take some time to update. Does it work for you guys in chat? Because it's not working on my overlay. It works for you guys? Okay, good. That's all that matters. Joda Cam, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. All right. Overall, honestly, deck build pack Justice Hunters is once again looking pretty promising. Koyumi Desu, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Yeah, no, Justice Hunters, honestly, I feel like it's stepping right into the footsteps of crossover breakers, where there's genuinely just good stuff in here, you know? We got one more to go, right? We haven't seen the third one yet. Oh, I forgot. It was... So Dragon Tail was supposed to be fusion based. What did they say for this one? Because it's got Synchro and Link. I think they said Synchro though, right? They said Synchro. Even though it's Synchro and Link, essentially. And then Xyz, okay. Can you activate the Link one if you already have a field spell up? Yeah. You can place a field spell if you already have a field spell. That works. It's just gonna destroy the old one. You can place over a field spell. Sathane, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, you can swap fields during the opponent's turn. Yeah. You can also, I'm just now noticing this, is you can basically go through all of these on your opponent's turn, right? Like, because the quick synchro effect of this thing is once per chain, not once per turn. So what you can do is, let's say opponent's turn, you quick synchro into Cupsy, your opponent does something, you tag out with Cupsy into a level 1 plus Snatchy, synchro again. This time, synchro into Cookie. Then book 2 monsters. Your opponent keeps playing. You tag out Cookie into Snatchy and another monster again, and then you pay 100 again. So like you can keep doing that, right? Obviously, at a certain point, you're gonna have to be summoning stuff that's already activated its effects. Like you're gonna be running out of once per turn stuff, but like it's still very neat. Welcome back, tier limits. All right, calm down there, all right? Calm down over there. Chill. There's a 1-card combo already? I mean, yeah, of course. Dude, that's the Fiendsmith. Oh my god. And the Lacrima. Oh my god. And the White Forest. Okay, calm down. At which point of this combo are you gonna get nibbed? Bro, this is just a Fiendsmith Azamina White Forest combo. Stop doing that. No one's gonna do that. This is the modern equivalent of like a YouTube combo that starts with one Armageddon Knight. I'm gonna do that. No, you won't. No, you won't. By the time these cards come out, you can't even do that. There's no way by the time these cards come out, you can still do full Fiendsmith combo off of 2 bodies. That's just not happening. Yeah, the weirdest thing about these cards is that Kagari plus Hornet Drones makes these synchros. That is kind of like throwing me off. That Kagari plus Hornet Drones making a level 2 synchro, something, it just doesn't sit right with me. All right, like you go activate Hornet Drones, summon Kagari, add back Hornet Drones, activate Hornet Drones, and make a level 2 synchro. Hornet Drones is level 4? No, it's level 1. Hornet Drones is level 1 because you can make Link Kariba with it. I distinctly remember doing that during, I played a Sky Striker version of Snake Eyes, and I made Link Karibo before like normal summon Snake Eye Ash, so you can dodge like Imperm and stuff with it. All right, but overall, pretty promising support, I would say. Pretty promising support. But yeah, those were the new cards that I missed over the course of the last week. And it's some good stuff. Honestly, it's some good stuff. But I will say, I am happy with the design approach that they've taken in these sort of in this upcoming year so far. I feel like we're going to we're getting some better card design in 2025 than we did in 2024 for the most part. D7, thank you for 14 months. Hello, Josh. Thank you. You inspired me to play Paleo at locals, and now they changed from 5 rounds to only 1. Okay. Yeah, you got me there. All right. Before we hop into the new Master Duel update, let's have a quick talk about what happened at YCS Birmingham. All right, both for my personal performance and also for the format in general, because obviously it's been a pretty hype YCS to say the least. Even though I personally didn't do as well, I still wanted to show the deck that I used, because I do think that it is important to not only revisit whenever you top or win, but also revisit your deck building process and all that kind of stuff when it's not going so well. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show off the deck that I played and talk a little bit about why it did not go as planned. Or maybe just talk a little bit about why I thought this deck was good and then what ended up happening, because I do think that is also a valuable lesson to be learned. So we're not going to spend too much time on it, though, because I do want to also talk about the format a little bit and obviously Dinka Bui's insane win. So I played Pure Ryzeal, which I've already posted the list on Patreon a couple of days ago, so people got an opportunity to see it there early, but I'm still going to show it off here. The reason we decided to play Pure Ryzeal, it was a couple of us in the team that ended up playing Pure Ryzeal, is we just thought the deck was very efficient and it actually had a better... I felt like, at least for how the meta was a couple of weeks ago when we started testing, the Ryzeal deck seemed a little bit more resilient to the tech cards that people were playing as opposed to the Fiendsmith Ryzeal. People were playing a lot of Droll and Lockbird, a lot of Bystials, a lot of Moltrami Fuvalos, and that just was something that we were trying to find a better solution to than just playing Fiendsmith Ryzeal, because Fiendsmith Ryzeal felt like the more like the deck with the higher ceiling but less flex spots and just bigger weaknesses into those kind of cards. And honestly, with the introduction of Eclipse Twins, I also felt like the Fiendsmith cards get a lot weaker at breaking boards. Because one major play that people would do with Engraver was you would be able to summon a Chaos Angel to out a Detonator. If the Detonator has an Eclipse Twin under it, that doesn't work anymore. Because then if you make the Chaos Angel and they go just Detonator, pop itself and bring it back, you're still staring down the Detonator. So that was ultimately the deck we ended on. The other decks I was considering, obviously Fiendsmith Ryziel was an option for me. Mitsurugiel Ryziel was a deck that I find very fun, but I kind of discarded it relatively early into the testing process because I just felt like it was too inconsistent, even though I do think the deck's very powerful. I will say, I spent a total of, I want to say like 10 games playing Dinkabui's Fire King deck like 2 weeks ago. But I ultimately decided not to follow it anymore. The problem was basically, I knew Dinkabui was going to play that deck. And other people in the team were saying like, oh, Dinkabui is just playing his fun deck, whatever, ignore it. And I'm like, you know what? No, I trust Dinkabui enough to at least give it a try. You know, let me try the Fire King deck. So when we met in person with a couple of people from the team, I actually brought the Fire King deck along because I was like, you know what? I want to at least play a couple of games with the deck that Kai is on, you know? The unfortunate thing is that on that day, I tested, basically I played a lot of pure Ryziel and I played some Fire King. And the pure Ryziel deck just did better. The Fire King deck actually did surprisingly well for me. Like I played it for like 10 games against Fiendsmith Ryziel. I won like 7 or something on that day. So I was like, you know what? This is actually pretty good. The unfortunate thing is, I guess unfortunate in hindsight, is that when I tested pure Ryziel on that day, it was just, it went even better. So like I was like, you know what? I like the Fire King deck, but I'm going to focus on Ryziel. Turns out maybe I should have believed even harder in Dinkabui. But we're going to talk about the overall like deck breakdown and all that in a second. I want to go over this list real quick. The approach was actually, I think, pretty cool because it was more of a board breaker approach than a hand trap approach. We actually only played 6 hand traps, but first you have the 10 Ryziels, of course, and then the only hand traps we played were Ash and Fuvalos, because I felt like those were the overall best ones. I'm gonna be honest with you, you can beat any Fiendsmith deck going second without drawing a single hand trap, which is basically the goal of this deck. You're not beating Malice going second consistently no matter what you really do. The only card that can consistently beat Malice going second game 1 is like Fuva. If you're playing cards like Valor or Impermanence, I feel like it's just copium against Malice because they are way more likely to have an extender through Impermer Valor than to not have an extender through Impermer Valor. So we decided to not even bother with it, like game 1. Right? We're citing a couple of stuff specifically for Malice, but game 1, if Malice goes first and we don't have Fuva and they don't break, then they can just have it. You know, take your win with your combo deck. We'll go to the next game. We'll win game 2 going first, and then we'll just draw a Lancia or a Charmy like in game 3. That's literally the plan. It's literally the plan. I'm not playing no hand trap mini game with the Malice deck. So and with Ryziel, you don't have to actually play the mini game. And I'm happy to report that I actually didn't lose to a Malice. I did not lose to a Malice. We'll talk about the things that I lost to in a second, because I think it's also important to talk about where the theory we had didn't apply and so on and so forth. We're rounding out the engine with 3 Bonfire and 2 Ryziel Cross because we're playing Desires. That's why there's 2 Ryziel Cross, because this card's very important. And the rest is just a bunch of cool board breakers. So it's 3 Talons, 3 Ultimate Slayer, 3 Metaltronus, 3 Book of Moon, 3 Book of Eclipse, and a Cult by the Grave. The cool part about most of this non-engine that I thought was really special for this format, and it's not something that you can do very often, is that you can play a lot of board breakers that are good going first and second. Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse are phenomenal cards going first because they help you play through Imperm and Valor, which is basically in everyone's deck right now. So these cards force through Duo Drive a lot. And that's very cool. Metaltronus is both a phenomenal board breaker and a great card to set versus any sort of Ryziel variant. The only card here that only functions going second, quote unquote, is Ultimate Slayer. However, I think with this deck, my experience in this format is that if this deck goes first, it never dies. Like, you just don't die. But the thing that happens most of the time is your opponent tries to break your board. Sometimes they succeed and they will end on their own detonator. And then turns out the Ultimate Slayer is still good on the follow-up turn. So like that's pretty neat. We thought, or like I felt like board breakers were so good in this format versus Ryziel decks that our plan actually, you're gonna see this when we get to the side deck. Our plan was to go second in the mirror matches post side deck, which is why this, I think the only thing that this deck really loses to when it goes first is Charmies. And so in order to solve that problem a little bit in the mirror matches, we're trying to go second after siding. Basically, when our opponents are expecting to go second, they're going to put in all the Charmies. We're sending them going first. And then, you know, like they're just going to like make a detonator and a Caesar, and this just runs over it, especially if the non-engine that they have in their hand is like Charmies and stuff like that. So that is the 40 card main deck. Genuinely, I don't really have complaints about this because I guess we'll talk about my losses. I lost to Branded in round 3, which is, I don't feel bad about not really preparing for Branded because it was not a matchup that was to be expected. So what ended up happening, it's actually funny because their end board was they locked me with yugioh, the Supreme Magical, whatever it's called, which I actually have 6 outs to in my deck because yugioh is not like Gimmick Puppet. yugioh has to be face up on the board to lock you. So in game 1, they put their whole hand into an yugioh lock, and I have a Book of Eclipse, and I just run over them. And then game 2 and 3 were just like really unfortunate games. Like I'll show you the side deck first. So obviously we didn't have much for Branded in the side deck. The side deck is 3 Lancea just for Malice, 3 Meowls just for Malice, 3 Drone and Lockbird. This is mainly to put some respect on Mitsurugi and Mermail. You know, decks that we have admittedly a bad matchup game 1 if we go second, because we only have 6 hand traps in the main deck. We're putting some of the more high impact hand traps in for those matchups. 3 Gravekeeper's Inscription. This is a card. Shoutouts to Steven Santoli, who played this card at YCS Orlando. I think this card is phenomenal versus Malice because it like so what you do with this card against Malice is going first or second, it doesn't matter. You call cards cannot be banished from the graveyard. And what this does is it basically disables Whitebinder, which also in extension disables a lot of other things from their end board. But the cool thing about this card is that it lasts for 2 turns. So it helps you, it significantly helps you break their board, but you don't actually have to kill them because it still locks them on their follow-up turn, which is huge. So this card in a board breaker approach is crazy strong against Malice, I think, because it lasts for 2 turns, which was pretty good. And then we play 2 Lightning Storms and a Feather Duster with simply... We side these cards into a lot of matchups simply because there's a lot of popular trap cards right now. But the thing is, like, both Malice and Ryziel decks, they will always have some sort of spell traps that you can get value out of. Like, for example, Ryziel, you'll notice we don't play many hand traps versus Ryziel. They will basically almost always have Ryziel Cross. If they have Ryziel Cross, Lightning Storm or Feather Duster are always at least valuable. But if they hard draw any sort of Metaltronus, Solemn Strike, Infinite Impermanence, which are incredibly common cards right now, then Lightning Storm just goes +2 or 3 and helps you break the boards so much easier. And I honestly, for the matchups I was expecting, I don't really have much of a complaint here with this side deck. So here, you can see here that there's not much here for Branded at all. And what ended up happening against Branded, I lost game 2 because I sided in Roland Lockbird because I just didn't have anything else for Branded. Like, I had to side out Metaltronus because I just can't activate Metaltronus versus Branded. So I took out Metaltronus for Droll and Lockbird going second. I opened Droll and Lockbird as my only hand trap, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe if they don't have hard draw Branded Fusion, I can like stop them from getting to it this way with the Droll and Lockbird. Turns out they hard opened Branded Fusion in 46 cards in game 2, which was bad for me. So I lost game 2 because I also didn't have an out to the Edo or anything like that. So I scoop it up after they make their board. We go into game 3. And because I don't have much for Branded when I go second, I have to go first into it, right? I have to go first into Branded, but I'm thinking like, okay, this matchup is fine, right? And so I go first into Branded. I draw Droll and Lockbird. I put in Gravekeeper's Inscription because I wanted to side out the Ultimate Slayers as well going first. And 3 Ryzeal cards. So I'm like, okay, Inscription, Droll, 3 Ryzeal cards. That's pretty good going first. You know, that should be fine. And they go draw phase, Ferulia, and Fuvalos in 46. I'm like, well, shit. I cannot play into that without giving them infinite cards. And Branded is not the type of deck that you can give infinite cards to because then they will just murder you. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I have Droll and Lockbird, so there's a realistic chance I can stop them from accessing Branded Fusion because I also have Gravekeeper's Inscription. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna activate Gravekeeper's Inscription, call no effects in the graveyard. So no Retribution, no Serenir, no Albion in their end phase and all that kind of stuff. Like no problem, right? And I also have a Droll and Lockbird so they can't go too crazy with all the other things that they might play, right? So I'll just pass. You know, they got 3 cards in hand. They're drawing the 4. How bad can it be? Turns out they hard drew Branded Fusion again. First action, activate Branded Fusion. They don't kill me, but they freaking Edo lock me again and I don't have an out. So like, sometimes the losses, sometimes there's games that are not meant to be won, you know? But yeah. Extra deck. The extra deck is complicated because we play Slayer and Metaltronus, so there was a little bit of a space problem, but for the most part it was fine. 3 detonators, because when you play Metaltronus, I do think you need 3 detonators to banish. If you want to banish your opponent's detonator, you only have 1 left, that can be a problem. So there's 3. 1 duo drive. You don't really need more than 1, to be honest. You try to resolve the 1, and if it does, then you win anyways. And if it doesn't, you can still revive it later with Eclipse Twins, which is a 2 of. Light Dragon at Adignister is our Metaltronus target versus Malice because it's 2300 Cybers. There's no other real. I mean, there's Aggregator, I guess, which is a Dark Cybers, but like this is important because you can summon it under when you're already locked into rank 4s. Exciton. This card. Oh, camera froze there for a second. Starliege is a card that in the beginning I thought it was very, very niche and very overrated. Currently, I felt like there was a development towards this kind of version, right? I felt like there was a development. We were not the only ones at this event playing cards like Ultimate Slayer and Metaltronus and Book of Moon in the main decks, right? I played against multiple people with the same kind of idea, right? Like, even though I did like my list, I don't think my list is anything super crazy, like undiscovered. You know, people have been on at least some copies of these cards for a while now. And so if you notice in game 1 that your opponent is on a more board breaker heavy approach, what you can do in this deck is you can make Starliege Photon and then Duo Drive, and then use Duo Drive's effect and detach from the Photon. That way, your Duo Drive keeps its materials. And so when you end on this board, but the Duo Drive has 2 material, this is 2000 attack, which means nothing here is targetable. Nothing here is targetable, meaning that all of these are dead. All of these cards are dead, right? And so this is why, this is honestly, this card is really, really broken against this version of the deck, which coincidentally is also what I lost to in round 7. In round 7, I play a Ryzeal mirror match with someone who's apparently, they had a lot of very similar ideas to what I was doing or what we were doing. I won game 1, and game 2 they go first and they do this exact thing, right? I don't have a Charmy, and they go they go for this exact opener, right? They have Photon with no materials, Duo Drive with 2 materials, and Detonator and Cross. And my hand is all 3 of these. If I had Book of Eclipse, I probably could have won that game. But I drew all 3 of these, and 3 engine cards going second. So I'm like, okay, I cannot play. I scoop it up, and then I face a difficult decision, because here's the thing. I told you guys earlier, our plan was to go second in the mirror match, because this deck is normally super good going second in the mirror match. And we don't even have extra, like, Charmies or something that we can side in the mirror match, because we are not trying to go first against them. You know, there's no Solemn Strike, nothing like that. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, after I saw that they played this too, I'm like, I can't make them start, because if they do this again, and if I don't have Book of Eclipse, I just can't beat this, you know? So I'm just like, reluctantly, I just picked first. I picked first because I felt like their deck was too well equipped to go first themselves. Because in theory, I can do the same thing to them, right? They were also playing Book of Moon. I saw Metaltronus, I think. I saw Slayer. So like they were doing the same thing. So if I go first, I can do this to them too, right? Problem is I got Molcharmy, Fuvalos, and Peruliat again, like both of them. So yeah, I guess that was a problem. So I lost that round. I actually played into it, and we ended up having a pretty good game after it. Like, it wasn't an auto win like the branded one. I played into it a little bit, and we had a solid game after. But I just ended up losing because they started their turn with, I think, 10 cards in hand, which was just a little bit too much ultimately. There's an Abyss Dweller. There's a Gaga Cowboy, because we are playing Board Breakers, so it can take a while sometimes, and we had 1 space for it. It did not come up for this event. Maybe also because I didn't play that many rounds. Maybe it would have come up in a later round. Typhon, Aggregator, and Garura and Bucephalus. These are especially cool because they give you the main reason for this was Ultimate Slayer, because you can Slayer links and fusions now. But it also does cover another problem for the deck, which can sometimes be a Chaos Angel, because now you can Metaltronus Chaos Angel and negate it. Because it's 3500 dark, you can negate a Chaos Angel, you can double it, and then you will draw a card off of the Garura, which is pretty neat. So like this is neat. The extra deck, I think I wouldn't change anything. Overall, I think this is a moment where I think for what we expected, this deck was good. If I was preparing for this tournament and I was mostly expecting Fiendsmith Ryziel and other Ryziel variants, I think this deck was well equipped to deal with that. It just ended up being like, I ended up playing against a couple of things that I didn't anticipate, like Branded, like basically a mirror match of someone with the same ideas with the Star Leech, which was a huge problem. You know, when we built this deck and played this deck, no one was making Star Leech. And then my third loss was a normal loss to basically Fiendsmith Ryziel. It was just a normal game. There was nothing crazy going on. There's no crazy reason why I didn't perform at this YCS. It's just that we had a couple of ideas going into it, which I think were fine. Ultimately, I think this deck was good. I think a lot of pure Ryziel's top. But it just wasn't my day. Which is a little bit different than, like, for example, I don't know if you guys remember, but I made a deck profile when I didn't do well at YCS Dortmund with the Pearly deck, where I feel like there was a lot of stuff going on that I feel like I should have seen coming. I should have seen that this deck wasn't going to work for YCS Dortmund back then. And it was like, in hindsight, I was like, you know what? It was not very smart to play this deck. And I said that in the profile as well. Like, that deck was just not a great idea. This time around, I feel different about it. And I think that's also important to acknowledge, is that, like, sometimes you bring a solid deck and it just doesn't work out, and that's fine. You know, it's not always your day. Because this time it was clearly someone else's day, and what a cool day it was, dude. I will say the You can't use Bucephalus for Metaltronus. Oh, you can't? Oh, you are right. Yeah. No, that did not come up. That did actually not come up. But that was just something I felt cool about when I put it into my deck. When I put it into my deck, I was like, that's mainly for Slayer, but if ever there is a Metaltronus and a Chaos Angel, I could do that. But no, it did not happen. And thankfully, I mean, once again, maybe it would have happened if I played more rounds, but I didn't. Yeah, okay. It's fine, you can Metaltronus Typhon for Chaos Angel? Yeah. Yeah. Review the YCS finals? Nah. Fire King winning was cool, but it was mainly Dinkat in the deck. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. But yeah, overall, I still had, despite my performance, I still had a pretty good time at the YCS. Do you feel like you could have won the matches you lost with a higher ceiling deck? No, I don't think ceiling was the problem. I do not think ceiling was the problem at all. I honestly, I think I'm happy with my preparation this time. I think I would happily queue the same deck again. I felt good about it before the tournament. I thought our preparation was solid. And ultimately, you can have as good of a deck as you want. You can have as solid of a theory as you want, but it can't always work out. And I think it's important to learn. It's important to know when you, like, it's important to look back and be like, yeah, this I needed to do better in order to win. Or sometimes it's also important to recognize, like, hey, this time I did fine, but I just wasn't lucky today. And I think running into Branded with a deck that is not equipped to play against Branded is just bad luck. You know, like, you, by all statistics, you probably shouldn't play versus Branded in round 3. You know, that's not something that happens very often. In the current format, there's like almost no Branded in the current format. You know, like, well, it does happen sometimes. And it's not even that. It's also just like, I could have beaten Branded, but they opened Molcharmy Purulia, Molcharmy Fuvalos, and Branded Fusion in 46 cards. And I didn't have Ash either. So, like, you're going to lose to that sometimes. Anyways, let's talk about the format. We have a top cut breakdown here for YCS Birmingham. And of course, it goes without much surprise here that Ryzeal and Malice are the 2 top performing decks. If I remember correctly, there was a, I think there was a top cut breakdown on stream where they made a distinction. They made a distinction between Ryzeal and Ryzeal Fiendsmith, and I think pure Ryzeal was ahead between the 2. I think it was 15. I think it was 15 pure Ryzeals. So technically, if you feel like Ryzeal and Fiendsmith Ryzeal are 2 different decks, then technically Malice was the most represented in Top Cut, but it also was the most represented deck in the tournament. I'm pretty sure. So that is to be expected. Yeah, this is the one I meant. Yeah. Thank you. Malice 16, Ryzeal 15, Fiendsmith Ryzeal 10, Mitsurugi 6, Memento 5, Tenpai Bestial 4, Mermail 2, and apparently we got a Branded in there. We got a Crystron as well. Overall, honestly, it is a top cut breakdown that looks pretty standard for this tournament, but there are a few notable developments here. Firstly, pure Ryzeal kind of overtaking Fiendsmith Ryzeal as the most popular pick, which I obviously I resonate with that. I am a little surprised that as many people have reached the same conclusion as we did in our testing. At the same time, I'm not surprised because I think they're correct. I think right now for this format, I think pure Ryzeal was better than Fiendsmith Ryzeal. And essentially the TLDR of why I feel that way is because the Fiendsmith cards, the way they are being used in Ryzeal at the moment, the Fiendsmith cards, they act like non-engine for the most part. They act like non-engine because they do two things, right? Usually you try to start with them because otherwise they will lock you. But for the most part, you're trying to make your board harder to break, and you're trying to help with breaking boards, right? So Fiendsmith cards essentially in this deck are non-engine because you start with them going second to bait out some disruptions, or you make a little bit more powerful board going first that's harder to break. Non-engine cards do the same thing. If you go first and you open a Book of Moon instead of an Engraver, you also make your end board stronger. You also make your combo stronger because now you can resolve Duo Drive through Infinite Impermanence. Or if you don't need to, if your stuff just resolves normally, you have a set Book of Moon, which is also a stronger end board, right? So essentially, the Fiendsmith cards, they just act as non-engine. The problem is, I don't think they act as better non-engine than real non-engine cards. Because real non-engine cards, you get basically 100% like good cards, whereas for the Fiendsmith cards you don't get 100%. If you have to commit like so many slots to Fiendsmith cards that are not actually valuable non-engine. You know, drawing a Lacrima is most likely not going to contribute to your end board or to your hand's like playability going first or second. Lurie, same thing. And Fiendsmith in Paradise, even worse. So like, I think there was a time and a place for Fiendsmith cards in Ryzeal. I feel like it wasn't right now. I think right now, like non-engine, like actual non-engine was better. Also, it's because you don't commit too many cards into cards like Roland Lockbird, Mole Charmy Fuvalos, Bisteals as well. So like, I think in a format where, like, let's say when Fiendsmith Ryzeal won the last YCS, Anaheim, not Orlando, but Anaheim. Like for that one, I think it was a very, very, very good call because there wasn't a lot of Bisteals back then, and even Fuva was less popular, I feel like, at that time. So it was a pretty good call, I think, for YCS Anaheim. For this one, I think it was a little bit different. And I think a lot of people recognize that pure Ryzeal was the better choice for this one in particular. But yeah, other than that, Malice, I don't know. I was not considering Malice at any point in my testing. I don't think the deck is very appealing to me. Don't have to tell you that. Some weird thing, I think, with 2 months. I lost 9-3 at Birmingham, pretty bummed out about it. Do you have any advice? I mean, the problem is, what I'm about to say is probably going to sound like some textbook advice. But I don't really have anything else other than, I think these are the moments that define whether, like, I feel like all successful Yu-Gi-Oh players have these moments, you know what I mean? Where everyone starts with, I mean, not everyone starts with topping their first event or topping their first YCS or the first time they get to day 2. Like, there's a lot of those times where you won't make it, and I think the difference between someone who ends up becoming a successful player and someone who doesn't is the when you stop, you know? Like, there's people that can turn this sort of thing into motivation, you know? Because you went 9-3 right now, which means you were good enough to be 9-2 at some point, which is honestly already a topping record in some tournaments. 9-2, if you go to a smaller YCS, already gets you into Top Cut, and you were just one match away. So all you need to do is go to another YCS and try to repeat that, but just do a little bit better. Because I think the most important thing to realize is that that's not a bad that's not a bad performance at all. You know, like I understand that you're sad because it does suck, but it's still not a bad performance. All right, Malice. I personally feel like, and you know, people are gonna laugh because I'm gonna say something negative about Malice. But just in terms of raw numbers, I think Malice had a pretty mediocre conversion rate here. Especially looking at what happened after they've made Top Cut, like being essentially the most represented deck in Top Cut. If you divide Ryziel and Fiendsmith Ryziel, like 16 Malice is exactly a quarter of Top Cut. They got knocked out pretty quickly, even though one of them went all the way to the finals. But like it's just it doesn't really feel like the kind of deck that would get the best players consistently into like all the way through Top Cut in a YCS. Because it's just like, look at people's side decks. Like, you can tell me that you can make Top Cut with Malice fairly consistently. Because you need like a 10 wins, 2 losses win rate or something like that. You can definitely get that. But like, I feel like it'd be so much. I would already be turned off at the thought of like sitting down in top 64 or top 32 or whatever and just having to pray that my opponents don't open Lancea. And there's even other cards. I mean, Dinka Bui won with 3 copies of Chaos Hunter as well. There's Molcharmies that are also annoying. They're not as bad as Lancea, but like they're annoying. And so I am not surprised that like a lot of Malice made Top Cut, but didn't really get deep into Top Cut. I mean, by top 16, we're already down to 2, right? 14 of them were eliminated in top 64 and top 32. Which is, you know, we still got 6 Ryziels in top 16 versus 2 Malice at this point. Like, it's just not a deck that converts, I think. Malice was literally in finals. Yeah, but like you gotta understand that at this rate, like once you're in top 64, there's a lot of variance. Malice hasn't won a YCS yet? No, they haven't. The White Forest was cool. I've seen the list. The White Forest deck was pretty cool. The Mermails performing is also to be expected, I think. Memento is a pretty good showing here. I'm surprised by Memento. I mean, on the one hand, I do like Memento as a deck. I think it's a strong deck. I'm still surprised that like 5 people made it into the top 64. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's a lot of Memento over there. Mitsurugi is solid performer. Bestial deck is, I'm happy to see that. 1 branded, I guess. Fair enough. Some Tenpai. 1 Crystron. I'm happy to see the Crystron making top 64, even though they apparently lost in top 64. But still, I was a little disappointed to not see a single Crystron top YCS Orlando, because I do think the deck is better than that. So I'm happy to see at least 1. And then obviously we got the man of the weekend. We got Dinka Bui winning with Fire King, which makes me happy on so many levels, dude. Like this deck is just, it's just a feel-good moment all around. You know, like Dinka Bui winning with this deck is just phenomenal. You know, it's cool on so many different levels, because it's like, it's a rogue deck. Not only is it a rogue deck, but it's also a really cool rogue deck. You guys know how much I love the Fire King grind game. You know how much I've played pure Fire King in Master Duel because I just liked it more than the Snake Eye version. Like, it's just so fun to just play like Garunix, Olcanix, Kirin, Skyburn, Control. You know, we got Pot of Extravagance at 3 here as well. It's just dope. You know, like it is such a dope deck, piloted by such a good player, that it's just like an all-around great story. You know, like in a format where everyone's like, yeah, you gotta play Malice or Ryziel or you're cooked, and all that, you know, like, and it's just like Dinka Bui showing up with Fire King and taking down the entire YCS, going 11-1 in the finals, not in the finals, in Swiss, and then like basically 17-1 across the entire weekend. Just incredible stuff, honestly. Just incredible stuff. Very happy that happened. And yeah, that made my Sunday. It made my Sunday. Dinkabui winning with this deck was great. And it's a really cool deck. A lot of it obviously relies on the fact that people are not super well equipped to deal with this sort of deck. It is a meta call. This does not mean that Fire King is now top contender in the current format. This is a good deck, don't get me wrong, but like there's definitely like Dinkabui playing it like Dinkabui definitely makes a difference here. And also just like it being a meta call where it has a lot of pretty good things going for it. Like it can play Impulse, which is huge against Malice. That is a very good hand trap against Malice. It's completely immune to Bestials, which is pretty good. It doesn't care at all about Molcharmies, pretty much. So like a lot of things going right for this deck, which I think is pretty neat. And I'm happy it paid off. The side deck goes crazy because it's once again, you look at every single side deck this format and it's like 9 cards versus Malice. Yeah, it's basically the approach that everyone is taking right now is build your main deck for Ryziel, build your side deck for Malice. Yeah. My local sold out of the Fire King structure. I mean, that's good. It's cool. It's good that this sort of stuff happening gets people hyped. You know, like I encourage everyone to try out this deck. It's a good deck. It's a good deck. I like it. It's Fire King cards are powerful, you know? Yeah. In hindsight, would you bring the Fire Kings not just for the results, but also for the overall gameplay? I mean, in hindsight, it's always easy to say, yeah, I would have played the deck that won. I didn't play Fire King because I didn't give it enough testing. I felt like the Ryziel deck was better, so no, in hindsight, I don't think I would. I would probably play Ryziel again because I was happy with my preparation phase this time. You know, it's not one of those events where I came underprepared, and that's why I'm not happy with my deck or anything like that. I don't think I would change what I played for this one. Of course, I think it's phenomenal whenever you can bring something that you just thoroughly enjoy in Fire King. I would have enjoyed this deck a lot, you know. You tried Fire Kings? I mean, I'm in a team with Dinkabui. I knew he was gonna play that. I knew he was on this for weeks. He's been on this list for weeks, and so yeah, I did give it a try a couple of weeks ago for a bunch of games. Do you feel like Charmies introduce more variants into competitive play for the top players? Charmies overall, I would say Charmies are a good thing. No, I don't actually dislike Charmies, even though I lost 2 of my matches to my opponents opening 2 Charmies in game 3. I think that is more of an outlier. I think Charmies are fine. I think Charmies are fine. I think essentially no, I think Charmies are okay. I got no issue with Charmies. Because I think most of the time, like I guess sometimes I have an issue when 2 Charmies happen, especially when 2 Charmies, when 2 different Charmies that are both good. Like when a deck is weak to multiple Charmies, it becomes a little weird. Like when your deck sucks against both Purulia and Fuva, at that point the chances of you just being hit with 2 and not being able to play at all is a little annoying. Should be hard once for Charmies. You mean in each individual one is hard once per turn, or you can only use 1 Charmy per turn? I think if you could only use 1 Charmy per turn, it'd be a little bit too weird with cards like Ash Blossom. Like there's nothing I hate more than going second, siding a specific card for a matchup, and then my opponent just ashes it, and I play with 4 cards going second. So in that sense, I don't hate the 2 Charmy rule, I could live with something like you can only resolve one Charmy. Maybe they could have worded it in a way where if one gets negated, you can still use another one. But if one resolves, you can't use another one. You know what I mean? Maybe that would have been better. Because I feel like being under 2 Charmies is very annoying. Dweller is a thing. Dweller, I think for this deck is surprisingly a lot less of an issue than you would think. Because the game plan versus Dweller is to just summon Garunix, pop this one from the deck, and then run over the Dweller and just blow up the rest of the board in the next turn. I suggested, during testing, I suggested Barong to Dinka. Because I felt like under Dweller, I wanted to send it a lot of the times. Like send Barong to activate it next turn and get Kirin under Dweller. But it turns out that he just felt like it's good enough if you can just send Garunix and blow up their board on the next turn. This deck is not very explosive. So, like, even though it does mainly function with graveyard effects, skipping one turn of some of your graveyard's effects is not the biggest deal in this deck because it tries to go the long run anyways. Like you don't try to overwhelm them with a lot of crazy things. Like it's completely okay if they go Dweller and you just run over it with Garunix. Next turn, the other Garunix comes back, blows up their field, and then they gotta play into that sort of board. I said the same things. Don't worry. I said the same things when I saw this deck like a couple of weeks ago. I was like, how are you beating Malice? How are you beating Dweller? And all that kind of stuff. And then like I guess we were all proven wrong, you know? Like it's just a different axis. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I like this. All right. So that was my YCS Birmingham experience. Still, honestly, for one of the better events for me that I didn't do well at. Sometimes I don't do well at an event and it's just like it kind of ruins the entire weekend for me. This one was still a pretty good one. You know, I had fun on Sunday. I also won an Edison side event on Friday with Gladiator Beasts. So that was cool. And we did some cubing on Sunday. It was a fun weekend. So I'm not too bummed out about it, especially after Ka won. So yeah, it's good. Overall a good time. Speaking of a good time, there's another game where people are having a pretty good time right now. So we gotta talk about Master Duel. Master Duel had a huge update. I was a little bummed out that this update happened exactly on Thursday when I left. Like, it was so annoying. I wanted to log into Master Duel so bad and just stream it and all that kind of stuff. But here we are. So the thing we're gonna do today is we have a lot of stuff to talk about. I have already opened all the packs I needed to open. I already have all the cards. So we're not gonna spend any time opening packs today because I just didn't want to. I don't think we have enough time. So the first thing we're gonna have to watch the solo mode, right? The Sky Striker movie. I feel like I'm in no position where I can avoid that, right? Like we're gonna have to get through it anyways, right? So I haven't seen it yet. But why don't we can I go into it, or do I like have to do something else first? Okay, I can. All right. Hold up. All right. Go to settings first. What do I have to do? You can't watch the other two though. Hold up. Turn on animation sound. Animation is on. There's just no background music. Animation sound is on. Wow, we get 2 tickets. Why is that in there? Why did they put that right at the start, dude? Oh, card artwork. Oh, that's engage. Oh, that's so sick. But that's it. Okay. Dude, this is what solo modes should have always been. This is so much cooler. This is so much cooler than the previous stuff. So what is this? Is this actual scenes from the anime that they're dropping, or like just like a teaser sort of thing? Okay, let's play through this. The Sky Striker's Burden. Okay. I'll have you know that this is the first solo mode I'm actually reading. The region has been plagued by war for far too long, because I genuinely have no idea what the backstory is. What was its purpose? Why had it started? At this point, the details are known to only a few. The fighting has not let up, yet neither has the march of technology. A highly efficient style of warfare has resulted, with both sides adopting a maximal damage, minimal cost strategy. Boots on the ground have been completely replaced by drones and other unmanned armaments with ever-improving capabilities and effectiveness. Sky Striker is the latest super advanced technology developed to combat the expansionist empire. A lone girl was tasked with wielding it. Okay. This was Ray, a girl who was discovered to possess extraordinary abilities. Like others her age, she was educated in history, tactics, and the use of Sky Striker technology, but what took others years to understand, she grasped in a matter of days. Further, her physical prowess when wielding Sky Striker technology was unprecedented, as was her ability to take information she had learned hours before and adapt accordingly. None could deny her incomparable talent after she breezed through a training program considered challenging even by veterans. And thus, Ray became a full-fledged Sky Striker ace and deployed to the combat zone to fight in defense of her people. One fateful day during one of her training sessions, an alarm heralded an incoming enemy assault. Oh, there is background music? Okay. He needed no further command to mobilize. After changing into her base suit... Okay, so this is retelling the story of what we've just seen. Okay. Swiftly departed alone. Flying at high altitude, she made a beeline for the battlefield. What is this? Almost there. A large fighting force came into view. The enemy had arrived. Her approach was the same as ever. Focus and sense of duty unwavering. Even so, it was to be a battle unlike any other she had experienced. Why is there no movie for this? Oh, that was Eagle Booster, right? Okay. There's more animation here. Let me put up background music. I didn't know there was background music for these. I'm sorry. Hold up. No, we bricked. Oh, let's go. We're adding Ray, right? Yep. I love that they're just teaching us how to engage for Ray. We've done this for years now. Are we at least gonna make Hayate to attack directly first? No, I want to draw cards, dude. What the hell? They're also just dead. To one Hayate, by the way. Will you get the Sky Striker field? I already bought the stuff. I don't have any decks built. Let's just play the loner deck. Did you already get Royal ticket? I had a Royal yesterday, but it was not. I got Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon, so nothing too crazy. My hand is. Why is there magical stone excavation? Ooh, the music. The hell is this? OER, thank you for the 31 months. Probably not. I guess I'll check game. That's useless. Can I reasoning? Let me reasoning first. Let's see what happens. Alright, my entire deck is gone. No, we didn't even mill engage, dude. Do I have all this stuff in the extra? I have Hayate. Okay, that's good. Let's go. Natural talent, dude. What should I say? I got no linkage and no rose though. Can I win? So this is 15. I take this. This is 24. If I haven't normal summoned yet. So I normal summon Ray. I take this with the anchor. I think I can. Hold up. So I can't target it. Sick. Had to do that first. Where now? Can I still win? Oh, I don't think so. How big is this? 27. Take. Oh, I can't win anymore. Well, not this turn at least. Why does it have to be BES cards, dude? I don't know what these do. Oh, thank you. Sure. Okay. So how strong is this? 27? The back row is never real, right? The back row is just never real. It's real. Oh my god, why is the back row real? Mano. Bro. And I missed. Oh man. I just have to freaking give it back to them. Bro, why did they, why is it against this deck, dude? Why do I have one Widow Anchor anyways? There's nothing left in my deck, dude. Oh, stone excavation. All right, please tell me this works. Thank you. Stop, dude. Oh my god. Oh, now. Okay, sick. Can we get 8k Kagari? So 3 more. No, not quite. Whatever it is. Here, take that. That took a hot minute. All right. Let's see how this continues. Chart cannon. Are those Hornet drones? What is that? Vector blast? Oh, that's Rose. See, if you guys didn't spoil me now, that'd be the moment where I'd be surprised that they're enemies, because I didn't know that until, like, I don't know, last year at some point in the trailer drop. All right, Kaina. It is very cool. It's, if anything, it makes me really look forward to the animation studio releases. Like it's just nice. The part where I have to read all of it, I like less. Ray made short work of the enemies who rushed toward her. The music is kind of sick. Having done her duty, she was clear to return to base, but just then she encountered another enemy, a girl around her age. This alone was startling, but there was more. She was holding a Sky Striker. This was the cutting-edge technology of Ray's nation. How had it fallen into enemy hands? So the sword is called Sky Striker? See, I didn't know that either. I thought, I didn't know what I thought, but I didn't know Sky Striker was the word of the sword. The suddenness of the girl's assault caught Ray off guard, but only for a moment. With deft timing, Ray equipped X-005 Kaina, suited for hand-to-hand combat. This mode empowered her arms with the force of a heavy mech. The other girl was unfazed and fought back relentlessly with her Sky Striker. Okay. Hello. Oh, okay. The duel continued, neither gaining the upper hand until eventually Ray's opponent suddenly stopped and lowered her weapon. After backing off a significant distance, she turned and left. Okay, people leave. The battle ended. The clash, in particular the similarity of her adversary to herself, had left Ray shocked and confused. Though lacking any detectable emotion, the girl was evidently a biological being, a human like Ray. And she was also a Sky Striker ace of equal ability to herself, or possibly even greater. Ray had only ever fought machines, but an enemy is an enemy. Still, she felt extremely conflicted. The prospect of having to end the girl's life left her racked with doubt. Okay. Clearly there would be no such hesitation from the girl whose lifelong duty had been to purge any enemy that crossed her path. You know what? You know what's sad about this is that, like, in the card game, Ray and Rose are not even close in power level. They're not even remotely comparable in terms of how powerful they are. Like, Rose is so much weaker. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to ruin it, but they made Rose kind of bad. Ever since being born in the expansionist empire, this girl had been treated as a weapon and developed to counter the threat of the Sky Striker ace. All that crossed her mind was the most efficient path to victory. Ray being another human was not a factor. Still, it had not escaped her attention how Ray had struggled with indecision during their fight. On reflection, she began to faintly feel something she couldn't express. Once again, maybe it's me not paying attention, but who is this war between? Like, I understand Ray is on one side and Rose is kind of like on the other, like raised as like a machine and all kind of things. What is this image I'm seeing anyways? Bad Empire versus good guys. Okay, so I didn't miss anything. There is just not much depth to it, right? It's just too whatever. All right, I see. That's gonna take like 2 minutes until your sub message is through. Dude, we got bamboo swords now? That's so sick. Okay, hold up. My hand's kind of bad though. I need a monster. What can I send? I got nothing here. The only thing I can send is this. But I can't activate it right now. Sick, cool. Your turn. Ooh, they got Evil Engage over there. That's sick. Into the Void. Holy shit. Oh! Okay, well. My hand is better now. I'll let you know my hand is kind of crazy now. Uh-oh. Don't kill me, please. Hey! Okay. Had Megamorph too. I was so close to dying, I feel like. Sure. Can I win this turn? Once again, probably not. I have a lot of spells in the graveyard, though. 11. That's not enough. We'll get him next turn. Oh! Oh! It's still not enough, is it? Oh, it is. Rose on my side now. The good ending. All right. Master Keys, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. It had been some time since Ray had clashed with the enemy nation's Sky Striker Ace. The encounter was still playing on her mind. They had much in common even besides their age. There's a lot of emphasis on age in this thing. You hear that, guys? You hear that? Pay special attention to their age, okay? And her feelings of shock and consternation, this made Ray a little happy. She hoped they would meet again and get a chance to talk. Though their allegiances differed, she would not deny her natural desire. That said, going in with her weapon lowered was not an option. She would be cut down in an instant. Is this supposed to look like this? Because you can't see shit. And is it supposed to zoom in that much on the sword? No, it's bugged? Okay, well, great. As it happened, their paths crossed again in battle. It zooms in way too much, right? What's the point? It doesn't stop zooming. What the fuck? who would come out on top. The finest of margins would decide. Just barely managing to force her opponent onto the back foot for a second, Ray pounced. I cannot see anything. Into the ground with great force. Then she descended in pursuit. By the time her opponent returned to a fighting stance, Ray stood ready, clad in different armament colored blue. Shizuku, okay. Ray held back. Even so, her opponent readied her blade as if preparing to strike. But she didn't. Something diverted her attention. My comms are being... Oh, jamming waves! Sky Striker Ace Shizuku is a mode designed for protecting bases. Among the X series, it is unique for its top-notch defenses and electronic warfare capabilities. This was what Ray had planned to enable them to talk. However, it meant that the enemy's radars would show contact lost at their location, and extraction unit would surely be on the way. They likely had a minute tops. My name's Ray. What's yours? The black-suited Sky Striker Ace seemed unwilling to reply, but finally opened her mouth. Rose. Although she deemed the conversation pointless, keeping it going would buy her time. At the same time, she scanned for a gap in Ray's defenses to no avail. Even retreating might prove difficult given her injuries. See, so Ray beat her. Ray won. Because she's the stronger card. Waiting for comms to be restored was thus the only option. That or an all or nothing attack. 30 seconds to go. Ray remained in a combat stance, observing Rose keenly. The impact when she fell must have been severe. It seems it cracked her visor. Her face was partially visible. Although probably in pain, she wore a totally placid, I don't know what that means, expression. One might have mistaken her for a robot or a doll. Except Ray could detect deep emotion within Rose's red eyes. Exasperation or perhaps lamentation. Another 15 seconds. That was enough. Ray knew she couldn't strike the finishing blow. She wanted Rose to live, and to live a life where she did not have to end the lives of others. 8 seconds remained. You don't want to fight either, do you? Ray wasn't expecting any real response to her question. She simply felt the need to express herself. 2 seconds. She smiled gently, turned, and departed. 0. Rose's comms came back online. The extraction unit arrived in well under a minute. When they picked her up, she was treated like a crashed drone. Rose propped up her immobilized body, thoughts racing through her mind. Why didn't she finish me off? And what made her smile like that? Rose was disturbed by a deluge of questions from deep within. Disturbed but not displeased. There was a warmth. Okay. And in turn, a thawing of her hardened heart. It was the first time she had experienced kindness. Not long after this, Ray's nation adopted a new military plan code named the Striking Stratagem. They now had the material advantage, so it was the right time for an assault on the expansionist empire's central base. Not wanting to cross blades with Rose again, Ray resolved to bring about a swift end to the conflict, and with this, she boarded Sky Striker Mech Armory Hercules base, all ready for departure. The signal was given and Ray struck out on her journey, soaring into the sky. And now we're zooming way too far. Okay. Okay. Hey! Okay. I was just gonna make Izuku and pass, but I think I should probably get rid of that. You get 200 gems if you clear this with your deck. Okay, I might do that at some point. I'll just search a third engage and win next turn. I have linkage, so do I have Rose in here as well? I didn't pay attention. No. What do you mean thinking? You're an AI. What was that technology? Okay. There are 3 spells. There is 3 spells. Hey, that's not a Sky Striker card. Eh? Ah! Thank God they gave me 2 Widow Anchors, dude. Pop. Okay. A wallpaper. All right, we've done it. We got one last movie. Is this the one where they become friends? Oh, Area Zero. Hercules base. Wait, Hercules base is this big? Ooh, Kagari. Let's go. Like, give me more badass stuff like that. Give me more badass scenes. Less thighs, more badass stuff. Is that Zeke? Oh, that's so cool. Widow Anchor. I'm just trying to find the Easter eggs. Linkage. Oh, she got a blue and a red eye now? Oh, that's it. Okay. So they are friends now. Hawk champion. I'm not gonna lie, I think that animation is pretty sick. That is are you sure you want to go to the store? It's a crazy thing to ask me immediately. I haven't even clicked anything. I'm not trying to go to the store. It needed some voice acting. I mean, I'm sure it's just like a teaser to what's to come, right? With the animation studio. I do agree, if they make like a full ass episode without anyone talking to anyone, that'd be weird. No, I don't want to go to the store right now. Thank you. That was cool though. I like that. That was pretty sick animation. I think they are doing a pretty good job with that, and I'm hoping for more like that in the future. Did you get all the cosmetics from the solo mode? I don't know exactly. I haven't gotten the sleeves or whatever. It's fine. I did already grab the stuff, the bundle from the shop and everything, like the anniversary bundle and that kind of stuff. I already have those. All right. Yeah, so like the third anniversary pack and the deluxe Sky Striker bundle and stuff like that. I got those. Let's talk about the competitive side of things, all right? We've got not only did the last update bring us some pretty sick animations and all that kind of stuff, we also have obviously one of the biggest, I want to say one of the biggest selection packs maybe ever for Master Duel. So let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that before we hop into maybe the deck builder and play a couple of games with those new cards. I haven't really made my mind up yet what I want to play, because there is a lot of things you can play with these cards. All right, so we have some stuff we expected and some stuff we didn't expect. So let's go over the things we expected. I mean, at some point we knew we were going to get the Exodia Millennium cards. A lot of people have guessed that they would release this for the anniversary because it is the Exodia archetype, you know, bad chest and all that. So that is not too much of a surprise, I want to say, that they're releasing the Exodia archetype. The same is true for Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith was something that we've been waiting for a while, and people were like, I think they're gonna save it for the anniversary and all that kind of stuff. So here is Fiendsmith. However, I want to point out that the more I think about it, the more I feel like it's it's a big deal, but it's not as big of a deal than you might think, because we just don't have Lacrima, and we also don't have Necrocrypt Princess, which is a little odd, because on the one hand, look, if you've played with Fiendsmith in the TCG, you are so used to playing with those cards that it almost feels like I'm asking myself, like, how am I gonna even play with Fiendsmith if I don't have those cards? Like, Fiendsmith Engraver isn't even a 1-card combo, and two, no, actually Engraver is a 1-card combo, but like any 2 bodies on the board don't even go full Fiendsmith combo, right? Like that's the thing. But like on the next step is like, people still played Fiendsmith cards even before we had Lacrima in the game, right? But then again, for the TCG, we always had Necrocrypt Princess with these. We always had Necrocrypt Princess with these. But either way, the Fiendsmith cards are going to be phenomenal no matter what. You're gonna see them in a lot of combo decks. A Fiendsmith only deck, like the Fiendsmith Cash Tira or something like that, I don't think is something that we're gonna see for now in Master Duel. But like, we're gonna talk more about the potential of Fiendsmith in a second, and probably build some decks with it and just play around with it, because honestly, it's been a while since I've even played with this card, Fiendsmith Lacrima, which is obviously banned in the TCG. So like, it's gonna take a while to get used to the different patterns of Fiendsmith, because like it's gonna function differently, which still means it's still functional. You know, it's still functional, but it's just different. There's also a few things here that I genuinely did not expect. I did not expect Azamina this early, which puts us in a very interesting position. And interesting is not only positive, it's also a little scary. The fact that we have essentially Fiendsmith, Azamina, with original Sinful Spoils and Snake Eyes at almost full potential is like, it's pretty scary. It's pretty scary. I could see Fiendsmith, Azamina, Snake Eye being like just hands down the best deck, and that's it. Like with like there's a combination of cards that is legal in Master Duel right now that have never been legal together in the TCG or OCG for very good reason, right? Like, I'm talking Beatrice, Apollousa, Azamina, original Sinful Spoils, all the Snake Eye cards, plus Fiendsmith Engine with Lacrima. Like, Link Kuriboh as well. Like, that's a combination of things that is pretty freaking scary, right? That is pretty freaking scary. So I don't know about that, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see how to do that. The other thing is like Fiendsmith is not only giving a boost to that particular deck. Fiendsmith is a boost to a lot of different decks. Also like other like Yubel, White Forest, whatever. Speaking of White Forest, this is also very early for LZ Azamina of the White Forest. It's a very early release for LZ Azamina of the White Forest. It's also a very early release for Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon. So a little bit all over the place with how I'm feeling about this pack. Like, on the one hand, I like Fiendsmith. On the other hand, the thing I like the most about Fiendsmith is like the grindy nature of the engine with Lacrima, with Fiendsmith in Paradise, with Agnum Day. So the way people are going to use Fiendsmith for now in Master Duel is not my favorite use of Fiendsmith. You know, when they just shove it into Snake Eyes or Yubel just to make the combos even stronger, that is not my favorite use of the card, you know? So like, that is something I'm a little concerned about. On the other hand, I do like that we're getting Azamina a little bit early in a vacuum. You know, Azamina is pretty cool when it's not being paired with specifically Snake Eyes. Unfortunately, it looks like that's exactly what people are doing for good reason, because original is still legal. But yeah, like a lot of mixed feelings about this, because there's some cool stuff in here as well. The White Forest fusion spell is very, very recent even for the TCG. And that's a pretty cool and fun card. Yeah. So what else is new down here? We got Queen Azamina really early as well. Yeah. Paradise is here, but I mean, Paradise is not going to see any use without Lacrima. Like, it's very weird. What do you guys think the reason is why they're not releasing Lacrima? Do they think it'd be too powerful? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe they just want to, maybe they want to stagger it for a second wave. I could see that. I could see that they want to distribute it a little bit. They want to like stretch the hype a little bit, and they probably want to make it another ultra rare at some point, that, you know. But yeah. All right, so very short toilet break, and then we're gonna get to building some different decks with these new cards, and jam some ranked games with it to get a first idea of what's going on right now. I'll be right back. Am I the only one that's mad about the Engraver hit when Snake Eyes and Yubel are the real problem? You're probably not the only one. At the same time, I'm not mad about it. Like, because I don't think 2 Engraver is a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Like, if they released Lacrima and Agnum Day, I wouldn't care about Engraver being at 2, honestly. For pure Fiendsmith decks, you can deal with 2 Engravers. That's okay. What I'm more mad about is that we're getting the tools to shove Engraver into every single combo deck out there, and we also haven't hit Yubel and Snake Eyes yet properly, which is crazy to me. And they're not giving me the Fiendsmith cards that I find the most fun to play with, you know, like the grindy Fiendsmith cards in Agnum Day and Lacrima and Necrocrypt Princess and all that. Like, that be my preferred way to play Fiendsmith. And like, they're not giving us that. They're just giving us like, hey, your Snake Eye deck, your Yubel deck now makes Fiendsmith happen. So like, yeah. Anyways, let us proceed to the deck editor, because I've already picked up those cards. We don't have to open any packs. There's a few decks here that you can see on screen. What I've done, I've already, I've deleted almost all my existing decks because I just wanted to, like, start fresh. We're gonna have a couple of options today that I just want to take a look at. I haven't built all of these yet. I've built like a White Forest as a Mina. This is a very first draft that I threw together yesterday, just so we could start playing a little earlier. This is a White Forest as a Mina list that I built. This one doesn't have Fiendsmith though, so like I've been looking into other options to play Fiendsmith. The obvious ones. Now you could just play a Fiendsmith deck, which I haven't really come to terms with yet. I think without Lacrima and without Lacrima and without Paradise is probably just not great. Fiendsmith Yubel and Fiendsmith Snake Eyes are probably the two obvious picks if you're trying to get maximum mileage out of the Fiendsmith cards. However, we have a problem, and that is that I don't want to play either of those decks. So I thought about maybe we just build Fiendsmith Chimera. Fiendsmith Chimera could be cool. Musketeers are also a pretty fun way to play Fiendsmith. But I'm thinking maybe we play, because what you can do in Fiendsmith, what you can do in Fiendsmith Chimera is we can also another thing that we can do now that you guys are mentioning it, we can play Dinka Bui's Fiendsmith Musketeer deck, right? He topped Euros with Fiendsmith Musketeer. Let me check if those cards are all here. We don't have Necroquip Princess and Aerial Eater. Those were probably a big deal for that. Those were probably a big deal for that deck. But this is what that deck looked like. It was Musketeers, Engraver, Diabolica, Sharvara, Lurie. So it played the Unchained package in the extra deck. But there's no Necroquip and no Aerial Eater for us. So I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but we can try it. We can try it. No Lacrima. There's no Lacrima here either. This is from the European Championship. This was pre Lacrima. So that's why I'm thinking it might work. At the same time, not having Aerial Eater or Necroquip could be a problem. You know what? Why don't we try it? Why don't we stop yapping and just play the game? Okay, Fiendsmith Musket. So we're even playing Fiendsmith Sanct in this one, which I find cool because we actually get maximum usage out of Fiendsmith. I'm gonna have to craft 2 more tracks, but that's okay. Probably gonna need them at some point anyways. And then we've got Musketeers, where we play 3 Caspar and 3 Starfire. And we play Cross Domination, a Dancing Needle, Desperado, and Last Stand, and a Max. And that's it for the musket cards. We play Link into the Reigns. Oh yeah, Doc. Musketeer Doc. Carvara. Oh, let me just look for Unchained. Got Rage. Yama. Anguish. And we play Chamber. Oh, that's banned. So the way the current format is looking, I feel like we are in a spot where we are going to play Maxi and Fuvalos in almost every deck right now. Simply because that seems necessary. So these are the Appaloosa. Is Evil Twin Fiendsmith coping? I mean, no, I don't think it's coping. It's also not the best deck, but it's like, the thing is, Fiendsmith helps so many different decks. Do you play Diabolica without Aerial Eater? Probably not. That's what I was thinking. That's why I haven't put it in there yet. Okay, so the remaining 2 cards in the extra deck for Dinka were Aerial Eater and Necrocrypt Princess. Which, to be honest with you, I'm not sure how much of this deck just relies on those 2 cards. We can probably make it work without them. Probably. Yeah. Probably fine. Okay, we got nothing. Moon. Surprisingly, Moon is not in the deck. We could play it, but like at the same time, you're probably not going to use it much. Because all of your stuff is Light Fiend already. So like you probably just don't need it. Beatrice doesn't seem necessary in this deck either. I'm thinking maybe we should be playing 2 Bystials, like a Magna and a Druis. Chaos Angel seems reasonable. We could just do this and give it a try. How did it feel to dismantle a Maxi? It felt good. It felt very good. Can you really play without Imperm Veiler? Yeah, you can. But it depends on the format, of course. Oh yeah, we should probably set the Sky Striker stuff. A good hand for going second. Draw phase maxi. Oh, I missed this minigame, dude. Okay. Will you play the festival? I wanted to because it gives you some really good gems, and I think there's also there was what was the reward for it? There was some cool thing. There was something cool in the thing. Oh, it was a blaze accelerator mate, which I thought was cool. We might do that tomorrow. I didn't want to do it today because, like, you know, I haven't been live for a week, and like I really wanted to do this. You know, I really wanted to focus on the new stuff. We're gonna be here for a while. Oh yeah, I ashed them. Nice. Give him heat up free. Leave that for me. I'm not watching all that. This deck doesn't work properly without Necrocube or Lacrima. I have that fear too. I feel like the actual... Oh, I forgot to change the accessories again. The actual, like, Fiend decks don't actually get that much usage out of Fiendsmith, unfortunately. I think it's mostly just gonna help combo slop. For now. Like here, for example, it's just not going to do anything, right? I guess we're trying to bait like a maxi. Because this is all we got. Where? Ice Dragon's Prison. Well, that's it with my Fiendsmith cards for the rest of the game. So if I chain Max C here, they get Butler back. Which is pretty annoying. I think without Necroquip, you just can't play decks like this. Like a light fiend just doesn't mean anything. We got 2 ashes against Labyrinth. That's neat. That's not neat anymore. We get destroyed. Yeah, this deck ain't it. No, this deck is not it. Without Necrocrypt, you just can't play this stuff. But this is what I mean. This is why it's annoying. Because, like, all the cool uses of Fiendsmith are just not possible. Because we don't have Necroquip and Lacrima. You're forced to do, like, Snake Eye stuff. Azamina is more fun. Let me try Fiendsmith. I want to try Fiendsmith. The problem is I really don't want to play Yubel or Snake Eye, but I don't think this is it. I do not think this deck makes sense without Necroquip. Chimera could work. Chimera could work. So let's do a Chimera thing. Hold up. Where's we need the evil heroes, right? We need the evil heroes. What is it? Sinister, Necrom, and a Dusted Gold. And we might play a Dark Fusion. Where's Dark Fusion? Here. And then there's Dark Fusion is not required. I know. Do we still play Azamina in this? Because we could. Emra was on some Control Fiendsmith. Yeah, he sent me the list. Do the LZ stuff. Okay, so what do I need? What do I need for the LZ stuff, as you call it? Hold up. Chimera, Azamina. So we do Azamina, Morigina, this. I got a Royal Depters. Hallowed. Apprentice, probably. So we play called. We play cross out. Uva. Play Ash. Play Max. Probably gonna have to cut down on some engine, right? We've got a lot of engine in here, not much non-engine. Going second, this seems like a problem. So, don't know if we can fit all of this extra deck in here as well, because I think we want Magnum. Do we probably play Beatrice? And one of this? Or do we not? Do we not need this anymore? That seems like a good card still. Moon. Cross. A lot of extra deck space. You know what? Screw non-engine. We're just gonna play it and see what the problems are and then fix it with non-engine later. I wanna dabble around with it myself for now. Thank you. I don't know. I'm not happy. I'm not happy because I feel like the ways to play Fiendsmith don't appeal to me right now. I like the slower Fiendsmith deck. You know, like the Fiendsmith Bestial, the Fiendsmith Kashtira, those kind of decks I really liked. Just put the Fiendsmith cards into your deck to make Beatrice. I don't dig that as much. All right, no problem going second if you draw like that. You know what I mean? All right, we've claimed victory. It's gonna take I can already tell it's gonna take a while for me to find like a feel-good deck for this format. It's gonna take some experimentation, but that's fine. We got some time until the next Duelist Cup. Because I have sworn myself after the last Duelist Cup that I'm not gonna just try to play meta the next Duelist Cup. I'm gonna try to find a deck that I really am comfortable with. Okay, this is more what I thought, what we were gonna draw going second, which is complete garbage. Also, the LZ twice. 60 card deck. Oh no, they're not gonna break. Yep, that's right. Have you tried Emra's Fiendsmith Bestial? He sent it to me. I have it built. We can try it. that kind of deck I could see myself liking enough for like a duelist cup, something like that. Am I getting locked by anything? Not yet. We'll see. Isn't it basically Fiendsmith Control? It is basically Fiendsmith Control. The problem is that Fiendsmith Control without Lacrima isn't really a thing, you know? I mean, maybe it could be, but like, it's not really a thing. This game looks like it has a huge learning curve compared to most card games. Is it worth learning this game? It is definitely hard, but I do think it's very rewarding. But it depends. Like it is the kind of game that if you want to get good at it, you got to invest a lot of energy, I would say. Are you going to do a TCG ban list talk soon? Because people already start speculating a list will come soon. I'm not really in the mood for it just yet, but I mean, I'm definitely going to do it, I think, before the next YCS is happening, because I think with how the last one went, like with how their last how well received their last announcement was, I think it's likely to do it again at another YCS. So like, I just want to have it ready in case it happens again like that. It's like I think there's a YCS in March, which is the 3v3 in Las Vegas, which I don't know if they're gonna do that one for the reveal. But then there's one in Houston as well. I think like a month after. Or it's the end phase. May I go? Dude, I'm so cooked, man. For a second, I was like, oh, nice. I have Fiendsmith Tract and Kotal. I can go Necroquip and draw a card. And then I realized, oh, I'm just gonna get locked, am I not? Oh no, not yet. Okay. Well, there is a Sanctifier, but there's nothing locking me just yet. There probably is going to be something, because they can still Cartesia into Grand. Ugh. Yeah, I was hoping to get them to Mercurier the Requiem. I don't particularly care about it. The access to the Fiendsmith cards right now. I really care about getting my Chimera fusion though. Why did we not put Caesar into this deck? I feel like that should be here right now. Extra deck is too tight. Okay. Oh, not happy about that. So Morigina, Illusion, and a level 6 or higher. Should I do that now? See if they do anything about it. I still don't think we can really get through. Oh, target Dragostapelia. Okay. Sure. Okay, negating engravers is bad for them. Good for me. Now I can do this. Oh, you can special summon this now. I'll still not do that. You add deception first? Yeah, I'm not super familiar with this. I'm just freestyling because I know I'm gonna have time problems this turn. I know I'm gonna have time issues. So like, you might be right, but that's okay. So I want to attack. I want to attack over this before it can bring back Albaz. Sure, dude. Weird thing. How do I out the Mirror Jade without it destroying my board, though? Is what I'm wondering. Oh, it isn't fusion summoned. Okay, yeah, it's actually no problem. It's actually no problem. Where's my SP? We didn't put SP Little Knight? Jesus Christ. Okay, that's fine. How many Light Fiends do I have? This can't revive anything. We don't have enough light fiends in rotation. We are overcooking right now is the problem. Because I don't know exactly. Mock Chaos Angel. Mock Chaos Angel seems fine. River. Okay. This. Jesus Christ, I'm solo one time. Did we also not put Appaloosa? I'm losing my shit. Hold up, I'm too concentrated right now. Oh, man. Oh, that was stressful. God, that was stressful. Holy. Ugh. There's like there's a 0% chance I played that optimally. That was very fun. That was very fun. But there's definitely, like, this is the kind of deck that if you play this for a while, you will get a lot better at it and stuff like that. But how, like, there was like 4 cards in the extra deck alone that I was missing that game. Like, I wanted Caesar. I wanted SP Little Knight. I also wanted Appaloosa. How is that gonna work? Probably Muck. Maybe you just... Can you... I mean... Take out more Regina? But at that point, you'd probably have to cut the entire White Forest package. Because without Mo Regina... the LZ also doesn't make that much sense, right? One Baphomet is enough. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the main deck right now, guys. You don't need Desiree? I don't need Desiree. Maybe I don't have enough Light Fiends for Desiree, you know? Maybe you're right. Don't need Apple? Maybe. Do I need Beatrice? Is Beatrice really better than Caesar most of the time? Maybe I don't need Beatrice. Do I think Fire King Azamina is good? I mean, I don't know. Why Azamina in Fire King? Like, do you need Snake Eye Azamina? Probably good. Beatrice sends Baphomet, revive with Muckraker. Look, all these things that we're doing, like, at that point we have to cut. At that point we have to cut the Azamina package. Like, we could play Fiendsmith Chimera with that kind of play, like with those kind of plays being an option. But at that point, we just gotta cut the Azamina cards. Okay, let's keep playing though. This deck's the most fun we've tried so far. Also, we got food. White people happy. Uh-oh. Alright, place your bets. What are they doing? What are they doing with Fiendsmith? Is it just Beatrice, send Snake Eye Ash? No. But that is still as deadly. Faith, thank you for the 13 months. And Pad Thai, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Bro, no one is respecting Nibiru right now. No one. We should probably... You know what? We should probably try Emre's Bestial Fiendsmith Control deck. Because that sounds like fun, and it sounds like it punishes people for doing exactly this. Yeah. Oh, hey, a second Omni. That's cool. Oh, Appaloosa. Oh. Daring today, aren't we? At least I can finish my entire plate of food. How do we break this? Oh, we don't. I'm just eating my my curry. And now Fuba off the top. Fortunate. Nah, we gotta play hand traps. This is not the format where we just can't do that. Okay. So this is a rough outline of what Emre sent me. I changed around some things, but I think we need to change some stuff as well. So the basic idea is that there's not many, there's a few cards in the game that give you one card Fiendsmith combo, because we need more than just 2 bodies, we need 3. Cyber's gadget does that. I kind of want to take out the Kashtira cards from this. Emra said the Kashtira cards were really good. I do think I want more Bestials though, and they kind of clash. They kind of clash. So I kind of want to take out this for now. Maybe add a second track so you can get the Fiendsmith stuff going. Play 3 Druis, 3 Baldrake. What about Format Skipper? Format Skipper is fine. I don't really want to play Paralytic Seed though. I feel like that's I don't think 3 normal summons is enough, but I don't know what my second normal summon should be. Phantasme. Phantasme, if we cut the Kashtira cards, Phantasme genuinely seems pretty good right now. And you guys know how much I love Phantasme. Like, if we could find an excuse to play Phantasme, I would be happy with that. We could try Phantasme. I'm down. Like this. The only issue I have with this deck, I don't even know, is if we should go first or not. I'm not 100% convinced we should go first with this deck, but we will try. Why is Veiler better than Imperm? Because it's a light for Bestials, for regained, and it's it works after you use a Bestial. This is just YCS Bologna. It is just YCS Bologna. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is literally just YCS Bologna. And their hand is crazy fucked up. Like, that's insane. I still lose it. Actually, no, I don't. If one of the Bestials was not Baldrake, then they still win with Hita into Promethean, into Revive Ash, Scent Deception. Like, they literally still win if that is not Baldrake. And they can still win next turn. Like, if I don't draw anything good here, that's good. Normally, I would even like to summon this and go for Moon, but the problem is Moon does not do anything. So, I'm gonna have to pass. I still lose this because I just can't play. That's the problem with Moon not with Moon not being Fiendsmith combo. I'll just lose next turn. How am I supposed to stop this for multiple turns? You just can't keep up with that. The one deception search is just like 5 cards in hand. The Cyber's gadget is pretty pog. Okay. This does not destroy. I know all their cards, right? Because I'm saying like I could just summon Druids and attack for game, but I could also showcase the things that you can do with the Cyber's gadget. I know it's game, but let me just try and showcase what the Cyber's gadget is supposed to do. It's supposed to make Disciple and Devotee. Then you go Disciple, Tribute, Devotee, draw a card, put one card back. Then you get tokens. Make Linkaribo. And then you make Moon. And because you have this extra token, this is actually Fiendsmith combo. Because you can link off the engraver here, it is actually full combo. Like that, like that. You can also use Steam the Cloak. Yeah, I know. Steam also works. If you want more normal summons, there's other things you can do. I don't play Signet Mining, no. But the way this format is developing, I still haven't changed my accessories. Every time I queue into people with the Ray accessories, I'm gonna go second. I don't trust going first with this deck. We only need 8 hand traps to win, Poggies. Yeah, it's rough. Snake Eye, Azamina, whatever the format is you want to call it, is rough. It's a rough time. I have a feeling they wanted to go second as well. Dude, that's some 2019 shit happening right now. The Phantasme on the Shizuku. Alright, use your Maxi. I don't mind. Not dangerous. Let's return. Even though I kind of wanted the normal summon, to be honest. Druis is my favorite 2019 card. Obviously not what I meant. Obviously not what I meant. Ooh. Up here. Let's go ahead. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. You're not gonna like where this is going. Probably have a do they have the second max C? They feel like it feels like they do. If I just take and normal summon, not quite enough. It is so much easier though to kill them if I just take. I just link off the Cyberus gadget and special Abyss Seal, and that's it, right? No, I'll take. I knew it. I knew they had to. Do I have to summon a token? You can. How big is this? All right. However, I do feel like if we are intending to go second, the deck should probably look a little bit different. Sure. Accessories? Oh yeah. Hold up. Let me try these. So what is new? Dual field. Sky Striker. Okay. Wait. Okay. Oh yeah, you can use individual mates for individual decks now, which is cool. Once again, I have a hard time praising them too much for things that should have been in the game from the beginning. But we are getting closer to leaving the beta phase of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, which is good. Good hand. I can tell you one thing. The music is nice, but I can already tell you I'm gonna be fed up with it after like a couple of games. But it is fun music. But you just can't play for hours with that on, I feel like. Sky Striker again? Are you really surprised by that? Are you really surprised that after they released all the alternate art Sky Striker cards with a dedicated Sky Striker solo mode with a movie and accessories and anniversary bundle and all that, that people are playing Sky Striker right now? Dude, even Sky Striker is mini-gaming me now. I hate it here. All right, good game, sir. Good game. Maybe forgot to put Rose into the deck, yeah. All right, we got only Bestials, no other hand traps. Please be a Fiendsmith deck. Nope, that's not good. That is definitely not good. Maybe it's tier. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know if it's tier elements. It's so annoying because it's such a weak opener too. Like, it's so ass. It's so ass, but my deck just cannot beat it. It's so ass, and I still can't do anything about it. My deck just doesn't function like under Dimensional Fissure. I got nothing. I can't resolve a Bestial. Nah, I just can't play. No, Lacrima is not out, which is annoying. Like all the cool Fiendsmith stuff isn't possible. You can just combo in Snake Eye with it. All right. Okay, that's a problem because I cannot play myself. It is no longer a problem. Even though my play is still incredibly ass because it's gonna be Oh, it's gonna be Talon's Pass. Okay, cool. Understandable. I think I just draw 2 cards, honestly. Agna and Track. Alright, I think I'll just crash Lurie, dude. I think I just crash Lurie. Why not Requiem Pass? Because they couldn't play last turn, and I didn't want to give them more cards than necessary. Jake Hero, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. I almost just basted my own Lurie. Imperm the Magna. Okay, sure. Normal Uva. Okay, so that's gonna be annoying still potentially, but fine. The track is gonna let me play. That's pretty neat. Mugen Man, thank you for the 17 months. Not as good as I wanted it to feel because we're not doing the cool Fiendsmith shenanigans. Question mark, Lurie is in graveyard. Yeah. Yes, Lurie is in the graveyard. Probably going to normal summon effect failure. To make sequence. Yeah, I'm not sure why they would even do this now, but I'll still happily call by it. Because with the White Forest, you can do that from the graveyard, but they could have let me send it. Why didn't they go for Formula? Probably because I max seed. If I had to guess. Probably Caesar? To keep the engraver in rotation, I would say. I could also graveyard fuse into Desiree now. Which is also kind of sick, isn't it? Attack first. I could have. Why does this lose attack? Oh, this thing. Yeah, it's been a while since I've played with this Lacrima. It takes some time to get used to not having Lacrima Agnum Day, but having that one. A little weird. Okay, so do I go for a rank 6 or do I go for a tracked graveyard fuse? That's graveyard fuse. It's been so long since I've done that. I think both of these lines are super winning, so I don't think it matters too much. I don't think I shuffle with this here, because I want all the stuff in the graveyard. All right, GG. I don't know, dude. Is this really the deck? Is this really what feels the best? I mean, I know it's not the best deck. I'm just thinking, like, I'm trying to find the deck that I want to play for, like, the next month. And, like, maybe for the Duelist Cup. It is a very, it's a fun approach, but it just feels so incomplete without, it feels so incomplete without Lacrima. Oh God. I do not know how this deck really functions. They're playing 48 cards, so I'm just ashing their first starter, hoping they don't have more. But at the same time, I can't really punish them for anything. Oh, they got Thing Engine. Unfortunately, well, the cool thing is I'm forcing them to pay life points here, which was the goal of ashing the shield. Even if they have an extender, they're gonna have to pay 6,000 or something. Never mind, just 4,000. Okay, well, it still makes it easier to kill somewhat. All right, one in hand. Only one? Unlucky. Okay. Luri. What a fun deck. What a fun concept, huh? You also can play Exodia in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today. All you need to do is floodgate the shit out of your opponent because your deck otherwise will not win. Do you have room in your deck to play Metal Tronus? I could. Oh god, tracked, discard, Tearlament Salik? What is going on here? Now I don't know what to Bestial anymore. Now I don't know if I should Bestial the Engraver. I mean, what are they doing? Does Sharon even discard? No, right? Like Lurie, Sharon discard Lurie doesn't work, right? Because it sends, I think. Here, cash. Okay. Mudora. That's fine. I can live with that. Send one monster from your hand. Yeah. They did think Lurie worked like that, but it does not. Okay, cool. Good talk. No. No. All right. Cool. Good talk. Aha. All right. You see the new alt art nib? I did. I feel indifferent about it. I think I'm gonna keep using the rock form, but I think it's kind of funny. kind of don't want that. At the same time, it is better follow-up than a second Nibiru. That's full yummy combo right there. It is. Actually true. What alt arts you get from the Sky Striker pack? I did get the ones I was missing. I already had a couple of them though. I wasn't missing all of them. Alright. Baited the Keldo. Now the Lubellion and the Magnamut are just gonna feast. Let's get rid... Do I play 2 Requiems? I do. Okay, let's banish a Requiem. Alright, I guess I'm supposed to have 2 Nibirus. Hello, Puvolos. Great. All right. Why do you play Phantasme? Because everyone is playing Fiendsmith, and it's a pretty good card against the Fiendsmith decks. And I also, yes, I like drawing cards. I really like drawing cards. This is unbeatable against real decks, but unplayable against Rogue. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't think it's unbeatable, but like, it's a meta call. It's an anti-meta deck, essentially. By the nature of Bystials, essentially. Thoughts on Retaliating Sea? What, right now? That does not seem terrible. Alistair the Invoker, huh? Really? And engage. Okay, that's kind of scary. In like 2019. I guess that's good for me though, because that means we're playing into Nibiru, which normally we wouldn't. Playing any rank 6s? Yeah, I'm playing, I think, Caesar and M7. Is it still worth building Tenpai? It was never worth building Tenpai. Whatever dark place you're in right now, it is not the answer. I guess I did just tell them I have Nibiru in my hand. Okay. That's annoying. Send engage. All right. All right, we're gonna banish the Alistair. But we're also gonna do, a safety measurement. We're gonna change Ruiz on the light monster as well, just in case. Oh wait, no, they have a light on the field anyways. Never mind. That was dumb. I was about to say, in case they have Alistair in hand. I forgot I just gave them a light monster. It's whatever. I guess it does still mean they have to fuse from field instead of from grave, which loses them a body. Alright, Alistair back in hand, but can't do much with it. That one, that two, pass. Alright. Called by is not unlikely here, but probably okay. I could Serenir my Lubellion if they called by it. I mean, they will just die here, most likely. Or Alright, so this is game... Yeah. This is game without risking Nibiru. Oh, Widow Anchor. 3 spells. Okay, so I guess they will live. Ah, now they won't. I can just summon another beast. Unless they take Nib. Okay, they take Nib, so they live. That's fine. They live a turn. That's fine. I guess I didn't have to clear that Nib, because I would have gotten it back. But whatever. I forgot it was mine for a second. I thought they were just gonna keep it. I was like, wow, that's gonna run over my my Caesar. I want to keep my Caesar. Oh well, I don't think it's gonna matter. Also make a big apple. Let's make a big apple. Is Fiendsmith just Caesar now, or can you make Desiree with Caesar? Making both, I think, is very hard. I'm not sure exactly how you would make both. That seems very difficult. Impossible? I don't think it's impossible. Like, what would you need? You'd need to like you'd need a lot of stuff to do that. It would have to be like sequence use into Desiree while leaving an engraver in the graveyard and having another light fiend on the field. Well, I don't know. You would definitely have to be playing a deck with more light fiends than just the Fiendsmith engine. Like, you'd need other light fiends, guaranteed. Can you show his list? Sure. It was Fiendsmith Dragoon Invoke. Oh, good lord. Good thing we're going second. What a timely gift sub. Thank you, the Batman, for the gift sub to Molcharmi Fuvalos. Great timing. Thank you for the support. Alright, end phase. However, my deck is not the best deck to punish. Okay, I have no targets for Engraver left. Love that for me. Wouldn't dump Engraver normal Lurie be better? I mean, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna tribute summon Engraver now, which ends up being the same. But yeah. Okay, that's a problem. But the problem is I can't summon this. But I do have enough light fiends in rotation now, technically. Normally, I would like to end on Caesar against Tenpai, but not when there's a Druid Swarm up. Is Fiendsmith a union deck? I guess. No, that's what I was thinking. You do have a point. You do have a point. Retaliating C normal summon. Okay, I can live with that. Now, what do they mean by this? What do they mean by this? Drop. You could have sent that from your hand, buddy. I guess you do get a max C that way. Do I care? Do I care? I can just call by the max C later. Well, I guess I can't anymore. What is this sequencing, dude? The hell? Okay, so max C in hand and one unknown. Oh, that max C hurts so much right now, dude. Ugh. We do have to force it. Okay. Do I try to draw non-engine? Or do I look at their hand and see if they just top deck the play? I guess I check. Because then worst case, the worst thing that can happen is they drew a play, like the play is on top of the deck. Okay, that's crazy behavior. Bro, it's main phase 2. I wasn't gonna summon anything. Okay. Dude, I'm so ready to die. I'm so ready to die. Yeah, they were both dead cards. I'm so ready to die to this top deck. Yep. Do it, do it. Do it to me. Come on, hit me. You deserve it. Do it. All right. Cool. The crazy thing is they just drew that. They just drew that. And if they didn't have that, it was game. Like it was gonna be 7,900 damage versus 1,900 attack Serenir, putting them on 600, and then I burn with Lacrima. It was actually just game if they didn't draw that, and they didn't have a response before that. It's so freaking stupid, man. I mean, now we just have no chance of survival, but whatever, dude. It's so tilting that this deck is still alive, man. Based on their sleeves and their name, I don't think my Maxi and my Phantasmate and my Nibiru are gonna do much here. Oh, never mind. Okay, they're trolling. It's not that bad for them. They got woes to set my board face down. It's not the end of the world. Oh, it really isn't. Oh, they draw. Okay. I doubt they're gonna play into Nip, unfortunately. Yep. Okay. Ulubellion is good. Okay. Okay, they are willing to immediately book the Larry. I wasn't sure if that was what they wanted to do. Okay. Not that bad. We'll get rid of that. Follow up. Unfortunately, that means we lose the Serenir as well. We can still tribute it for the Lubellion though, so it's fine. Okay. Guess they are having one bad day. They may have just not had a runic there. Okay. I have mixed feelings on this format. I'm not gonna lie. I do think it's gonna take a while for me to find a deck that I'm really comfortable with, but we're gonna try in these next couple of days and weeks leading up to the Duelist Cup. I do not wish to play against Azamina, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith for the entirety of a Duelist Cup, but I guess we'll see how that goes. I say I have my concerns, but let the format develop a little bit. So here's the list we played today. I'm gonna think about this format a little bit and maybe come up with some things we can test over the next couple of days. So yeah, that's gonna be it for the first stream back. I hope you guys had a good time. I missed streaming, honestly, so I'm glad to be back. I'm happy to be here. There's a lot of things we can still try out, so we're going to do that in the next couple of days. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm gonna send you guys over to Gage. I'll send you guys over to Gage. Gage is live right now, so you guys have fun in Gage's stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for all the support as usual, all the subs and all the good stuff. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Peace.